Welcome. Good afternoon. We are here in Pueblo, Colorado, on the campus of the Colorado State University Pueblo in the Thunder Bowl for the 2025 NCAA Division II Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We've had a great start to the morning. We have already had, obviously, the first day of our multi-events. The decathletes have finished 5 events. The heptathletes have had their first 4 events. They are all getting their rest for the finals tomorrow. We have had finals already in our men's pole vault, our women's hammer throw, and our women's long jump. The men's hammer throw just getting underway, and just a few minutes on the track, we are going to start with the preliminaries in our 4x100 meter relays. The weather is great, the sun is shining, nothing but blue sky. It's gotten a little windy as the day has gone on, but for the most part, you can see that everyone is enjoying a day of track and field in shorts, short sleeves, and you can see our runners in this first 4x1 now making their way to their starting zone and their exchange zones. Again, our first event on the track this afternoon will be the women's 4x100 meter relay. As always, we will have preliminary heats qualifying for the finals. So in this case, the top 2 teams in each heat will automatically advance, and then we'll advance the next 5 fastest times to the finals. Teams pretty split across the board for what they come in with a qualifying time. The fastest qualifying time, New Mexico Highlands, and they'll be in this first heat. They've run 44:33 this year. We do have our defending national champions from Lenoir-Rhyne. They'll be in heat number 2, although they have 3 new women on the team, but they will be anchored, as always, by Alexis Brown, their outstanding athlete. So you can see that the first leg setting the blocks, and they are getting their exchange zone set. Here are the lane assignments for this first heat. As you can see on your screen there, we've got West Texas A&M. They will be on the inside in lane number 2. Northwest Missouri will be in 3. Pittsburgh State will be in lane 4. Cal State University San Bernardino will be in lane 5. Tusculum in 6. New Mexico Highlands in 7. Remember, they have the fastest qualifying time. Central Washington will be in lane 8. And Lincoln, out of Missouri, they'll be on the outside in lane 9. The top 2 teams will advance. The next 5 fastest times will also advance to the finals, which are scheduled for Saturday at 5:10 will be the finals. So nobody running in lane 1 for the preliminaries. So we'll have lanes 2 through 9. The wind in the Thunder Bowl here is a little bit confusing because what is blowing higher across the prairies is not always the same direction that it is blowing down on the track. But as we do look at the flags flowing currently, this wind is blowing north and west. So as they come out of the blocks, it'll be hitting them in the face, but it will be behind them as they come down the backstretch. And basically a little crosswind as we head across our final leg down the stretch. Of course, for a lot of these athletes here running in Colorado, may be their first time running at altitude. Altitude in Pueblo, 4,690 feet. So altitude adjustments made all season for qualifying for teams that are running in Colorado and at altitude. And as we look at the teams who have qualified in this 4x100, most of them are from lower altitudes. So they will be running a very fast time today. Probably looking for some season best times as some of these sea level schools get to run at altitude for the first time. Of course, with the air being thinner, that means that they can run just a little bit faster. It's those distance runners who don't like running at altitude quite as much. So you can see our lead legs all standing at the blocks, and there's the gun is up. So we are just about ready for our very first race on the track of the 2025 NCAA D2 Outdoor Track and Field Championships. And we are now underway, keeping an eye on lane 7. That is New Mexico Highlands. They did come in with the fastest qualifying time. They are out quickly. They are in the white on blue and making up the stagger very quickly down this back stretch. And another clean exchange there on the outside for New Mexico Highlands. And they will be first off the curve. New Mexico Highlands, clean exchanges all the way down. They have the big lead. Here comes San Bernardino. And then in between the two, you see Tusculum moving up. But this is going to be New Mexico Highlands. They are going to be first across the line, 43.98, so a season best time for them. CSUSB will take the other automatic qualifying spot, and it'll be Tusculum on the bubble at 44.31. But again, the top 5 teams will advance. The next 5 fastest times will advance to the finals along with those top 2 qualifiers. But a very good start there for New Mexico Highlands, 43.98, and you can see the wind is a plus 2.2. Now that doesn't matter in a race that is a whole lap around the track, but the 2 runners that did have to run into the wind will tell you it's a little bit different from those running with the wind behind them. But you can see all the times there on the screen, and again, the top 2 are automatically in, so the next 5 fastest times, and you can see they are all in those mid to upper 44s, they will sit nervously as we get ready for our second heat here in this women's 4x100 meter relay, which will feature our defending national champion. And those athletes just cleared from the clerk and now making their way around the track to their exchange zones. If you're following along in your schedule, obviously we'll be running the women's races ahead of the men's. So we have our 4x100 meter relays to start the afternoon. Then we'll have qualifying in the 1500s, followed by the 400, the 100, the 3,000 meter steeplechase, and the 400 meter hurdles today will wrap up our qualifying events, and we will finish this evening at just about 8:10 local time with the finals of our 10,000 meters for the women, and that will be followed by the men. Again, as the day goes on, we will start to look a little bit more at the overall team scoring. The Pittsburgh State Gorillas are our defending champions in both the men's and the women's competition. They are off to a good start already this afternoon in some of those events that have gone final or had their preliminary field events. But we will keep an eye on those team scores throughout the weekend. Of course, this is just the first of 3 days of track and field here in Pueblo, Colorado. The NCAA Division II Championships, just a little bit different format from the Division I, and the Division I has a regional, so basically you want to call it a semi-final before the final, while here in Division II, this is it. The top teams have qualified, and by the end of Saturday night, we'll know who all the national champions are, both individuals and with teams. So here's the lineup for heat number 2. You can see that Southwest Baptist out of Missouri, they'll be in lane 2. University of Mary will be in 3. Washburn will be in lane 4. Findlay in 5. Our defending champions, Lane-Orion, they'll be in lane 6. They come in this year at 44.73, but again, those times meaning nothing until you get to the finals. Fresno Pacific will be in lane number 7. Colorado Mesa in lane number 8. And on the outside, it'll be Grand Valley State as we get ready now for this second heat with our first leg all standing at their blocks. And it looks like we have white all around for our exchange zones. And we can imagine that everybody on this heat, they saw the times from the last heat, knowing that they were a little bit faster. So they are looking forward to run. This is a very hot track in general. The local Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference teams will tell you that this track is always just a little bit faster than the other tracks around the state. Of course, it's generally a little bit warmer and a little bit windier here in Pueblo. But here we go, heat number 2. They are ready at the start. And a clean start, and again it is lane 7 out quickly. That is Fresno Pacific, and they have started to make up some stagger down the back stretch, but pretty much all even there. On the inside of the track, that is lane 4, that is Washburn, who is out quickly as well. And had to slow down, but the first handoff is going to go to lane 7. Fresno Pacific is still hanging on. Washburn has faded. You have Findlay now moving up, and on the very inside, that is Southwest Baptist. But it is going to be Fresno Pacific. They were out quickly, and they are going to hold on as it looks for the automatic qualifying spot. And we are going to see Fresno Pacific running 44.82, so not quite as fast as the first heat, but Southwest Baptist will be second. So they'll take the 2 automatic qualifying spots, and you can see that Len O'Ryan there, third in their heat at 45. That is going to be close. I'm not sure that they are going to make it. You can see the rest of the times there, and as we look at our stats on the computer and the timing system, Len O'Ryan is not going to advance to the finals. So they are third in their heat at 45 flat, the defending champions, but they are going to be 9th overall. Southwest Baptist is going to qualify by virtue of their second place finish in that heat. But there's the first news of the day. Our defending national champions, Len O'Ryan, they are not going to advance to the finals, and that'll be a blow for Alexis Brown, who is one of the fastest women in the nation. She will not be getting a chance to defend her crown in this 4x100 meter relay. But the Fresno Pacific ladies are happy. You can see they are going to take their second heat win and make any strategy changes there as they're talking about the wind and the adjustments. And of course, nothing is absolutely official till the results have gone through, but as we look in there, New Mexico Highlands in that first heat, they may have set a new meet and Division II record, 43.98. That is just a phenomenal time for this first heat of the women's 4x1. And as we get ready for the men, and we see the men now just coming out of the clerk's tent, so the men will be taking their position momentarily. And one of our earlier events today, the men's pole vault getting underway. That was our first event to go final earlier this afternoon, and you are looking at Vlad Malakin from Harding, the junior, with a very successful day. He cleared 5:52 on his first attempt this afternoon. That's 18 feet 1 1/4 inch. And there you see our national champion, Vlad Malakin. And that's not just his first national championship. He has gone back to back to back. Vlad Malakin of Harding, he was our pole vault champion and the first to get his crown and his trophy this afternoon. So congratulations to the junior, the Ukrainian from Harding. You can see now the men taking their positions as we get ready for this next race on the track.
And folks, the first team in the history of Division II to eclipse 44 seconds.
And we do hear the PA announcer confirming what we had just said. New Mexico Highlands has run 43.98. That has broken the meet record, the Division II record, the stadium record. That is their personal best. They're the first team to break 44. So 43.98, an outstanding way for us to begin this meet with New Mexico Highlands throwing down the gauntlet. As we move over to the men's 4x1, this will be our first chance to take a look at both our defending national champions in the team title and the perennial runner-up. So we'll give you the lineups here as they are getting ready. Fort Hays State is going to be on the inside. They'll be in 2. UT Tyler will be in lane 3. Carson Newman will be in 4. Catawba will be in 5. Pittsburgh State will be in 6. Converse in 7. Harding in 8. And Northwest Missouri, they'll be on the outside. They will be in lane 9. Again, this is same format, the first of 2 heats here in this men's 4x1. So we'll see if the men can match the women and run a fast time here at altitude. The team to keep an eye on in this first heat of our men's 4x1, Catawba College has run 39.94. Pittsburgh State, just outside of them, has run 39.49. So they will probably be the 2 teams to beat. Of course, everybody wants to win an individual national championship. Pitt State also inclined to just pick up as many team points as they can along the way. They are our 2-time men's national champions. And we're just getting the introductions on the PA as we get ready for this men's 4x1. The patina on this one is just a little less. This was set back in 2023 by the quartet from West Texas A&M. 38.70 is the meet record. And we are just hearing about the record in this event from West Texas A&M. They'll be in the next heat, and that's a little bit of what I was referring to earlier. West Texas A&M, they've been the team runner-up for the past 4 years, so they are hungry, and we know that they have tweaked their recruiting a little bit to try and score more points in some of the events they don't score in usually. So that will be kind of a side story throughout the weekend, keeping a track of this team scoring between Pitt State and West Texas A&M. But of course, don't forget some of the other top teams, including Harding, which we know already won first in the pole vault, so they are the early leaders. They were 3rd last year. Grand Valley State was 5th, and they are always a perennial power. One of the largest Division II schools by enrollment, Grand Valley State out of Michigan. And we're going to keep an eye on Wingate. Wingate last year, very tough in the middle distances. They have added a international contingent to their team. They were tied for 6th last year with 32. So all teams who have a definite chance to win in this team title. And as we get underway here with the preliminaries in our 4x1, we're always going to keep an eye on the Pittsburgh State Gorillas as they are trying to defend. Again, Fort Hays on the inside, UT Tyler, Carson Newman, Catawba, Pitt State, Converse, Harding, and Northwest Missouri. The gun is up. And there we go again, keeping on Pittsburgh State. They're easy to keep track of in their bright red. And they may be the first exchange. They are making up the stagger on both of the teams outside of them. And then inside of Pitt State, you've got Catawba also running very well. And just as we mentioned it, Pitt State drops the baton. Well, that is unfortunate for the Guerrillas, but they are done in this 4x1. The drop baton on the second exchange. And look at the inside. This is Fort Hays State. Are they going to be able to hang on? And they are not going to hang on for that heat, so you can see that that inside lane has all the momentum coming off, but it is tough to keep in there. And it looks like Converse, we hadn't mentioned Converse a whole lot. They're going to run 39.64, Harding 39.65. Fort Hays State will hang on to third place, and we'll see if that 39.71 is enough to hold up and make the top 5 qualifying teams. Of course, that is very unfortunate for Pittsburgh State. We'd hate to think that we jinxed them by talking so much about the Guerrillas, but a dropped baton is going to cost them the opportunity to score any points in this 4x100 meter event. And it looks like Catawba also disqualified for a drop baton. So you never know until you get on the track and you do it. That's what makes this sport so great. You can be ranked number 1, you can have all the potential, you can have run the fast times or thrown the great distances, but you have to do it when the pressure is on. And sometimes it's something little like a gust of wind. And as they're coming in here, we'll see what happened to Pitt State. He's there, he reaches for it, and he puts it either just to the outside of the hand, but the lead runner, the outgoing runner there, he just can't grab the baton. And every coach will tell you, you cannot run into an exchange with your hand out. My coach used to call that the Florence Nightingale. If you run with your hand out, you're going to slow down. That means you do not have the opportunity to pass that baton a second time. And we can tell you what just happened there. Pittsburgh State drops the baton, and they will not advance. The lane assignments now for heat number 2 on the track. We're going to see Ashland in lane 2. Benedict will be in 3. West Texas A&M will be in 4. More on them in a minute. University of Mary will be in 5. Grand Valley State in 6. Minnesota State in 7. UCCS in 8. And Albany State, they'll be on the outside in lane 9. So we talked about West Texas A&M. They are the hungriest team coming in with 4 straight runner-up finishes in the team title. Last year, they were phenomenal in this race, and they have 3 of the 4 are back on the track. So you'd have to say West Texas, the favorite here. They ran 39.42. Last year to win this, and they've got 3 of their 4 runners back now to try and advance, and they do have one of the fastest qualifying times at 39.88. And there you see West Texas A&M athletes. The team last year that won the national title was Jace Lynch, Jerry Jakba, Jeremiah Lozon, and Isaac Bozio. 3 of the 4 are back. Jeremiah Lozon has been replaced by James Dadzik. So we'll see if that experience does pay off for West Texas A&M. They are in lane 4. We know for sure that at least the first 3 teams are going to get in this heat, because we had 2 teams fail to finish in heat number 1. So as 5 teams qualify by time, there's an extra spot. So the top 3 will get in here automatically. The bubble time to beat is 40.14 by UT Tyler in that first heat. As you look at the screen there, you can see the long shadows from the lights here. This is a football stadium and a track. And it is 5 o'clock Mountain Time. So the sun's starting to go down. It goes down a little bit earlier here because of the mountains. But generally it stays light until about 8 o'clock in the evening. But you do see those long shadows. And there you get a nice look of the football field and the stadium here. Already a good crowd for day one. You can see that pole vault pit is in the middle of the infield. We had our men's champion today. Our women's pole vault is scheduled for a Saturday morning competition. Tomorrow, of course, we'll have our decathlon pole vault. But the gun is up here in this second heat now on the track. Keeping an eye on West Texas A&M in 4, University of Mary in 5. There is no seeding here. The teams are seeded into heats, but then the lanes are drawn by lot, so there's no guarantee that the middle lanes are going to be the fastest. But you can see it looks like we did all have clean exchanges on the first exchange. And in lane 4, that is West Texas A&M. They are in the lead now as they break around the curve. But out on the outside, take a look at Minnesota State in the purple. They are first off the final curve. Here comes Grand Valley, and it looks like West Texas A&M is going to finish third in that heat, so we know by default they will advance. But Minnesota State, 39:44, so that will be the fastest time of the day. Minnesota State team of Derek Smith, Kamari Stewart, Rich Lututi, and Jalen McGee. They will draw the inside lane in lane 5 for the finals. Grand Valley State was second in that heat, but they will also be the second team to advance. And you can see all the times there on your screen with the first 4 all going sub 40. West Texas A&M third, University of Mary with that 39 and 97. They are going to finish 9th overall. So it was that first heat that did the work. The first heat did the work, so we can say, barring those 2 teams that didn't finish the first heat, we knew the top 3 were going to get in. West Texas A&M is going to squeak in as the number 3. University of Mary is not going to advance to the final in this men's 4x1. And again, the 4x100 meter relays, there will run finals on Saturday at 5:10 and 5:20 local time. With that, we're going to get a chance to move to the distance races, or as some athletes will tell you now, the middle distance races. Our next race will be the 15. And welcome back to the Thunder Bowl at the campus of Colorado State University Pueblo. This is the 2025 NCAA Division II National Championships. We are just about ready for the first heat of our women's 1,500 meters. And you can see they are lined up at the starting line, just getting their final run-throughs. And as we look at 2 qualifying heats here, we'll have 11 athletes in each heat. The top 4 in each heat will advance to the finals. So this is one of those events where the favorites will try and conserve as much energy as they can. They want to run in the finals and have their full strength. You will get some of those athletes who are on the bubble, so to speak. They will have to run their best today to get into the finals. So it's always strategic when we have the 800, the 1500, and even the steeplechase in that very often the qualifying and at times in the prelims are going to be faster than the times that they will run in the finals. But it is a strategic race. You want to advance with as little energy used as possible. So in this first heat, we are scheduled to see Jaden Heron of CSU Pueblo. She'll be our first Thunderwolf athlete competing on her home track. This is the home of Colorado State University Pueblo. The Thunderwolves will get to feature one of their own in this next race, the junior from Arizona, running for CSU Pueblo. She does have the fastest qualifying time at 4:17:40. Also in this heat, Annie Wild of Stanislaus State, Kate Strader of Pitt State, Jory Paredes of CUI, Lily Hare from Lee, Claire Bruning from Pitt State, Evan Humphrey from Hillsdale, Evie Brooks from Wingate, Fiona Hawkins from Adams State, Sarah Coomson from West Texas A&M, and Elena Carey from Adams State. Also our first chance to start to call Adams State Grizzlies to the track. The Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference well represented this year as Adams State, Western Colorado, UCCS, Colorado Mesa, and CSU Pueblo running 4 to 5 meets on this track a year. They are very well versed in what could possibly be a home field advantage. They are just used to the wind, we will say. And they'll be called back. Make sure that we have an absolute fair start in this women's 1500. This is heat number 1. And a clean start. And you can see Adams State in the green, dark green with fluorescent green, moving up on the outside. Always easy to spot the Grizzlies. And they will move to the front, and that will be Elena Carey, the senior from Adams State, who is setting the early pace. Annie Wild of Stanislaus on her outside. And again, Jaden Heron of CSU Pueblo, keeping an eye on her, not just because she is running on her home track, but she did have the fastest qualifying time this year, 4:17:40. So shouldn't need to run that today. Again, they are running to be the top 4 in this heat. And then, of course, the next 4 fastest times will also advance in this 1500. So they'll come through their first 300 in about 52 seconds. And it does look like the wind is continuing to blow from the southeast. So they'll have it behind them here as they go down the back stretch this time. And it is Annie Wild, the sophomore from Stanislaus State. She is setting the pace out there wearing hip number 2. CSU Pueblo wearing the blue and red chevron across the singlet. And that is Pitt State now moving up into 3rd with Claire Bruning. Our Pitt State women are also our defending team champions. So still much too early before we start talking about team champions. But as the Gorillas learned in that men's 4x1, every point is going to count. So as they come down the home stretch here, with just over 2 laps to go, Annie Wild of Stanislaus State, she's run 4:19:67 this year, so one of the faster times. She has run to stay clean out front, not get caught up in any traffic. You can still see the pack there. 11 of our runners all together. Still anybody's race. The top 4 will automatically advance. The next 4 fastest times will advance. And as this race now down to its final 600 meters, looking to turn into a bit more of a sprint. A little separation there between the first 5, but again, it is Adams State closing that gap and trying to keep everybody together. Fans often wonder about the strategic races, especially in the qualifying races, and it's not so much where you sit. It's pushing the pace to run the sprint out of the sprinters, or to slow the pace so that the sprinters can finish strong. But as we now have one lap to go, you see a little bit of separation for the first 5. And again, it is Adams State. Elena Carey, she is sitting in that 6th spot where she feels like this is a fast race. She may feel safe. But out front now, they just have 300 meters to go. It is still Annie Wild of Stanislaus Slate, Claire Bruning of Pitt State. Running in that 3rd position, that is Sarah Kumsen from West Texas A&M. And those 4 now have taken off. And they are looking to get the automatic 4 qualifying spots. And it is Adams State, just as we mentioned, Elena Carey sitting comfortably in that 6th spot. She will finish the strongest. She is going to win the heat. So it is going to be Carey and Bruning, or correction, that is Kate Strader of Pittsburgh State. My apologies there. Carey, Strader, Sarah Kumsen of West Texas A&M comfortably in that 3rd spot for the entire race. Annie Wild, the early pace setter, she's also going to get the automatic qualifying spot. Some disappointment for the home team. Jaden Herron, she is going to fade to 8th at 4:36, and not sure that that is going to make it to the finals. Again, this evening, mostly running preliminaries. We're going to have preliminaries in the 1500, the 400, the 100, the steeplechase, and the 400-meter hurdles. No more finals on the track until our final event of the evening, and that'll be the 10,000 meters. And our second heat now just making their way around the south curve over to the starting line of this 1500. And you can see some of the flags there showing us just how the wind is gusty down on the track. The locals will tell you that it is always windy out here at the track at CSU Pueblo, but it's not always blowing in the same direction. But this time of day is when it does pick up a little bit more, and as the sun goes down and the temperature cools a little bit, that generally means the wind stops as we go into the evening. Here are your athletes competing in the second heat of the 1500. We should see Addie Mathis of Truman, Shannon King of Colorado Christian, Estella Clemens from Lee, Grace Strongman from the Colorado School of Mines, Emily Walsh from Cedarville, Claudia O'Malley from Grand Valley State, Bethany Mapes from Biola, Vivian Martinez from Cal Poly Pomona, Maggie McCleskey from Adams State, Claire Rethman from Walsh, and Mia Cabrera from Wingate. And as they have been allowed now to return to the starting line after getting that run out on the backside of the track, we know that the time to beat on the bubble is going to be 4:36.94. That is what Jaden Herron from CSU Pueblo ran, so she is on the bubble as we get ready for heat number 2. Fastest qualifying time in this heat is going to be from Claudia O'Malley, the senior from Grand Valley, 4:18.43. So the way the Division II track meet is seated, they do take all the fastest qualifying times. They are seeded into heats, but not into lanes. So it doesn't matter so much in a race like this with a waterfall start, but in the lanes on the track, you draw by luck the lane you are in, but the heats are seeded so that in theory the fastest qualifiers will advance. And we already can see that this heat has gone out much slower. That first straightaway with the wind at their back, they have not accelerated. So they are bunched up, and you can see some pushing and shoving as some of those runners may be going a little bit slower than they wanted to by default. Out front, that is Grace Strongman from the Colorado School of Mines, and there she finally gets them around the first curve and she picks it up a little bit. I think they all realized they were going a little too slow as they started this race. And now the pace has picked up, and you can see stretching out at the front, that is the Strongman from the Colorado School of Mines and Maggie McCleskey, the junior from Adams State. So those two familiar with running against each other from the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference, and Shannon King of Colorado Christian, the top three. So Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference well represented in this heat with all three runners leading the race on a track they have all competed on many times. And you can see as they run around this north curve much faster this second time on the track. So the pace definitely picked up. And it is still Strongman and McCleskey leading. When the wind is gusty like this, it's nice to have it at your back and you can catch your breath, but when it is blowing into your face, it really does wear you down. A lot of strategy will be find somebody taller than you and tuck in behind them and let them block the wind for you. And then you want to be out in front taking advantage of when the wind is behind you. But a new leader on the track, Emily Walsh from Cedarville. There in the yellow on black, wearing hip number 5. She has taken to the front with just about 600 meters to go. And a little bit of separation, but we've still got 9 there in contention for those automatic qualifying spots. Also moving up on the outside, we're going to have Mia Cabrera from Wingate. And we are almost 5 across here at the bell lap. So again, it is going to come down to a kick to see who can get those top 4 spots. And with that slow start they had, in the back of their minds is always going to be, did we go out too slow? Do we need to finish strong to beat that bubble time? So 6 together there as you see them coming off the south curve, and they'll head down the backstretch for the final time. And as they are now under 200 meters and heading into that curve, this is the last chance when they've got the wind behind them. It'll be a crosswind down the final 100 meters, but the front 4 have picked up the pace just a little bit. So they'll be looking around. They know where they are on the track. And if they feel comfortable in that front 4 spot, they don't have to accelerate all the way to the end. And they can see that those 4 are together. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to qualify. So the 4 auto qualifiers are across the line. It's going to be O'Malley from Grand Valley State. She's going to take the heat. Cabrera, Clemens, and McCleskey. Emily Walsh from Cedarville. She'll run 4:34, so she will get in by time.
Looks like Emily Walsh from Cedarville is going to move on.
And it looks like Walsh will be the final qualifier at 4:34.18. So she is just ahead of Claire Rethman of Walsh in that heat.
So wait for our incredible time. This will be any time you can do that match
But you see all the times of second heat on your screen there. If you're following along on the NCAA website, you can get the splits. You can also see exactly where everybody's finishing as a qualifier. If you want to follow along on the field events, you can see the distances for each throw. And it's nice to be able to check out a series and see who is doing well. On the track there now, you see the men getting ready for their turn in our men's 1500. Our defending champion is Aziz Mohammed of West Texas A&M, so he will be in the field for our men's 1500. And he will be in this first heat. So you see the first 11 men there getting ready for the first heat of the men's. They are scheduled to be Ramon Rodriguez of Tiffin, Luca Pope of Wingate, Dylan Sprecher from Pitt State, Damian Garcia from Chico State, Evan Moore from Lee, Kevin McDermott from Western Washington, Aziz Mohammed, again he's our defending champion from West Texas A&M, Jacob Hatcher from Lee, Mason Strader from Pitt State, Riley Witt from Northwest Missouri State, and Patrick Lyle of Grand Valley State rounding out the field. And there is the gun. They are underway, and no hesitation as the strides are open as they're heading down that back stretch with the wind at their back. And they go as a group, but they are quickly off the line. Again, the first of two heats in this 1500. And you have our Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference athletes who are used to this altitude. They run and train on it week after week, and we do have some of our teams coming here from sea level who are running at altitude for the first time. And it affects everybody a little bit differently. Some people are greatly affected by the altitude and just start breathing hard from the beginning. Some people it doesn't affect until that second or third day. So coaches all having to apply different strategy on how soon they would want to come out here for the D2 Nationals. Last year, of course, we were at Emporia, Kansas, which is not at sea level. The altitude of Emporia is 1,142 feet as compared to the 4,690 feet here in Pueblo. And if you are metrically oriented, Emporia is at 348 meters, while Pueblo just between 3 and 4 times that high at 1,430 meters. And in the world of athletics, 3,000 feet is generally considered at altitude. So anything above 3,000 feet, they'll start to feel the effects of that. We're all still together here in this first heat. We're in hip number 2 there, setting the pace, Luca Pope of Wingate on the inside. And on the outside, Aziz Mohammed. He is our defending champion. He's wearing the headband from West Texas State. So the veteran defending champion there, staying in a good spot, not going to get boxed in. He's staying just ahead of the people behind him in lane 2 there. And on the outside now moving up, that is Mason Strader, the senior from Pitt State, also staying clear. Well, this is about the time now with 500 meters to go where if you are on the inside, you're starting to think a little bit about getting boxed in there, whether you know you have a fast sprint or not. Nobody wants to be stuck too much on the inside there. All it takes is the person in front of you to slow down, and if you can't get out, it's going to throw off your stride. But look at this, the bell lap coming, and they are all charging in one big heap. This is definitely when you do not want to be caught on the inside. And there you see the pushing and stumbling. Nobody goes down. You get some people being pushed to the outside. This is when this 1500 turns into a physical race. And you can see now some of the stronger runners trying to get to the outside so that they are not boxed at the end. But we still have all 11 runners together here with just 200 meters. So who are going to be the first 4 across the line? That is Damian Garcia of Chico State. He is wearing hip number 4. He is in front as they come off the curve, but he has a whole slew of athletes behind him. So look at this finish. 7 runners trying to make that top 4, and they may finish 4 across. What a race that is. The top 4 are automatically in, and the next 4 will just have to sit on the bubble and see how the race goes. So you always want to be one of the athletes who's automatically qualified, and you do not have to worry about that. And there you see the times. Pop of Wingate is going to win that heat, but you had the first 6 there, all sub 3:54.6. And again, the wind is not a factor in a race over 400 meters. I always say not a record or a legal factor. It's always a factor. So a plus 2.7 wind means in a race like that, they had the wind behind them and it felt good. When the wind was in their face, it did not feel quite as good. So in the men's 1500 there, the bubble time, Strader was 5th in that heat, so he's at 3:54.43. Evan Moore of Lee, Tennessee, he was 8th in that heat, so he truly sits on the bubble at 3:55.87. Here we go for heat number 2. We'll have David Holman of Wingate in 1, Jaggers Lodoff of UCCS in 2, Hamza Shahid of Wingate in 3, Brock Drenningberg of Colorado School of Mines will be in 4, Jacob Reschlag of Wingate, John Sweep of CSU Pueblo, Nate Slater of Ashland, Alberto Campa of the Colorado School of Mines, Reese Sharman Newell from CSU Pueblo, Ross Kuhn of Hillsdale, and Tijuan Legree of Wingate. So we might say that this is a stacked heat here. We didn't have the defending national champion, but this is a loaded heat with Legree from Wingate. He was the fastest 5K in the time this year. He's also run 3:34, which is the fastest time this year. You've got Reese Sharman Newell. He is the hometown runner here. He is a multiple-time All-American in the 800, so moving up in competition is Reese Sharman Newell's running his 1500 here as he trains for a world championship spot. Again, you can see the chevron for the CSU Pueblo runners. Reese Sharman Newell's wearing hip number 9, and that is John Sweep, the freshman, wearing hip number 6. A little slower start at the beginning. They did not come out charging down that backstretch, so that makes it all more important for the 4 qualifying spots. Our pace setter there is Jaggers Lodoff of UCCS. Again, he has run on this track many times, competing in the RMAC. And the Wingate runners staying in that top group. Wingate, an interesting recruiting strategy in that they have a slew of international athletes competing here, 18 international athletes competing. And just as they come off the curve, you can see the pace definitely picking up there. That is Nate Slater, the junior from Ashland, wearing the ball cap, and he has accelerated down this home stretch. And as they now have 2 laps to go, the field has stretched out. So this heat started out just a little bit slower, but they have now stretched out as the pace has picked up. And as we head down that backstretch, they've got the wind behind them there. Nate Slater and David Holman out front. And this is when we will see how they run with this 500 meters to go. And you can see as they come wide, now it is the strategic lining up for this last 400. Legree of Wingate, the veteran senior, he's positioned well on the outside, along with Sharman Newell, strategically safe on the outside as they are now in their bell lap. Again, the bubble time that they are trying to beat is going to be 3:54.43. But the goal is to be in the top 4 here and be safe. So those are the favorites, Legree and Sharman Newell out front now. And just behind them, Zlotov of UCCS. Reese Sharman Newell now taking charge. Again, the veteran 800-meter runner, so you have to think he's going to have the most speed as he runs down, and you can see checking there over his shoulder, he is running for the top 4. You've got Holman of Wingate, you've got Legree of Wingate. And there are the top 4 finishers across the line. It'll be Sharman Newell, Legree, the 2 favorites running 1-2. David Holman and Hamza Shahid, so Wingate will get 3 into the finals. Jagger Zlotov of UCCS, he's going to run 3:52. So it looks like our automatic qualifying times are going to go to Zlotov, Retschlag, Kuhn, and John Sweep from CSU Pueblo is going to sneak in there. That second heat was faster than the first heat. And unfortunately for Pitt State, Mason Strader is going to be the odd man out. He is going to be 13th in a race where they take the top 12 to finals. So, as we do start thinking of our team standings, we know that every point counts, in Pitt State, with a drop baton in the 4x1 and not getting Mason Strader to advance into the 1,500-meter finals, we'll see how that hurts them.
We are now watching the man for the Greyhounds. Awards and recognize the top 8 finishers of men's hammer drill. The awards right now. Just the Bracketball will be doing the awards. Coaching Hillsdale finishing in 8th today. 1 2 freshmen in the top 8. And the rest at 60.46. Robert Wesley and Thomas McConnell.
The next race on the track will be our 4x400. Correction, our 400. On the stand right now, you can see we are presenting our awards for the men's hammer throw. Our men's hammer throw awards being presented at this time. The top 8 obviously getting awards, so we did have Thomas McConnelly of Roberts Wesleyan, Dominic Nutter of Mount Olive, Khalil Bedawai of West Texas A&M, Holden Murphy of the Colorado School of Mines, Michael Griffey of Grand Valley State, Jack Haukup of Pitt State, Levi Graham of Lewis, and there is our champion, Ben Haas from Hillsdale. He threw 217 feet 6 inches, that's 66 meters 31, and he will be our men's hammer throw champion. And we are just a couple of minutes out from our women's 400. In the shorter races, we have 3 heats. So as we get ready for this next women's 400, there will be 3 heats qualifying for the finals. The top 2 will advance, plus the next 3 fastest times. So you can see over there, far across the field, that is the start of the Oval for our 400-meter runners. In lane 2 will be Asia Foster from Oklahoma Baptist. Lane 3, Sinai Christopher of Texas A&M Kingsville. Lane 3, Colonique Farrington of Southwest Baptist. Lane 4, Peace Nwalahia from West Texas A&M. Lane 6, Chevenet Thomas from Lincoln. Lane 7, Omolara Ogunmekiniju of Harding. And in lane 8, Kamani Johns from Lincoln. Again, this will be the first of 3 heats in this women's 400-meter preliminary.
And the mark floats there for Gelders of Grand Valley State in his first attempt to down him out to 7:21. So big marks here in the early going. Just a little risky down on the runway. Consistently about 2.3 to 2.9 on the ring. So nothing too crazy. As we'll go now to the line for Minnesota State.
And you can see we're letting our award winners from that men's hammer throw get across the track to go and start their celebration. And now our women await their starting commands. Again, first of 3 heats: Foster, Christopher, Farrington, Nwalia, Thomas, Ogun McKinju, and Johns. Top 2 will automatically advance. And we're underway.
And we're underway here in Heat 1 of the women's 400-meter dash prelim. That is Asia Foster of Oklahoma Baptist, the Great Rapids champion.
This is another one of those events where athletes want to advance to the finals expending the least amount of energy as possible, especially the athletes who have never run at altitude before. This is the first chance for them to see just kind of what oxygen debt they may go into as they compete here. But you can see the middle of the curve. That is going to be Colonique Farrington of Southwest Baptist. She is going to cruise down this home stretch, and she's going to run 51:57. Chevenet Thomas from Lincoln will take the other auto qualifying spot at 52:24. And then 53:73 will be our current bubble time. That's Christopher from Texas A&M Kingsville. So there you see all the times from the first heat. Plus 1.2 wind, so the wind is maybe starting to die a little bit in this 400 meters. It still means that it is in your face for half the track and behind you for half the track, but it is looking to be a little bit less windy than it was earlier this afternoon. In heat number 2 now, setting their blocks, we're going to have Carissa Augustine of Washburn in 2, Chloe Sines of Northwest Missouri in 3, Demaija Alejandro Ortiz from Leonard Rhine will be in 4, Tiffany Huey will be in lane 5. We're going to want to keep an eye on her. She is our defending champion from Northwest Missouri State. Hannah Kiola of Southern Connecticut State is in 6, Beck Bennett of Western Washington in 7, and Elena Werner of Azusa Pacific will be in the outside in lane 8. Our defending champion is Tiffany Huey from Northwest Missouri State. She ran 52:03 last year. She's only run 52:47 this year, but as any veteran championship winner will tell you, you run the times to get to the meet, to get to the finals. It's the time you run in the finals that determines what type of medal you are going to get. The fastest qualifying time this season was Peace Nuelia of West Texas A&M. She was in that first heat, and she did finish third in that first heat. So 52:51 is her qualifying time. That is the fastest third at this time. So here we go, heat number 2. Augustine, Sainz, Alejandro Ortiz, Huey, Caiola, Bennett, and Werner. We mentioned this last year, but these new mechanics for the starters takes a long time, keeps them in their marks position for a long time as the alternate starters walk up and down the line to make sure everybody's hands are behind the line. But it is consistent, it's just a consistent weight. So you look at Hannah Caiola of Southern Connecticut. That is her in the lead there, running third from the outside. She will be the first off the curve. Moving up on her inside, that is our defending champion in the green, Tiffany Huey. So it'll be Huey and Caiola running down the stretch. Beck Bennett from Western Washington fading a little bit there in the outside blue, but the top two are in, and the top two will be our defending champion, Tiffany Huey, and Hannah Caiola from Southern Connecticut, who decided that she wanted to go out hard and see if she could hang on. They will be the first two across the line at 52:60, 52:81 in the automatic qualifiers. Fastest third there, Elena Werner, 53:32. And as we look at the results here, we are seeing quite a few personal bests and season bests. So 400 is right on that line of whether you are going to run fast because you're at altitude or the altitude is going to get you. But most of these athletes are in their best shape. And what we are seeing is a lot of personal bests and season bests in this 400. So we're going to go to heat number 3 now. There you see the lineup. Melanie Rowland of Northwest Missouri in 2. Kalia Wallace of Tiffin in 3. Tatiana Karashchuk from Harding in 4. Kamaria Carr of UT Tyler in 5. Blessing Akintoy of West Texas A&M in 6. Anna Salisbury of Lubbock Christian in 7. Alexis White of Cal State San Bernardino in 8. And Onika Brissett of Texas A&M Kingsville. She'll be on the outside in lane 9. Again, the top two will automatically advance for the finals, and the finals for this 400 meters are scheduled to be on Saturday at 6:20 for the women, 6:30 for the men. So most of the preliminaries today with their finals on Saturday. Of course, Saturday will be all finals. We are full of preliminaries today on the track until we get to our 10,000 meters this evening, which traditionally closes out that first day of track and field competition. And as we get ready for this third and final heat, our bubble time is 53:32. Elena Werner of Azusa Pacific. Roland, Wallace, Karashchuk, Carr, Akintoy, Salisbury, White, and Brissett. And a clean start in this third and final heat. And that is Karashchuk of Harding, third from the right. She has also decided to get out there and make up the stagger on that back stretch. The three outside lanes running very well as they come off the curve. And it looks like it is going to be Anna Salisbury from Lubbock Christian. She's going to be first off the curve. Blessing Akintoy of West Texas A&M in the middle of the track. They are now running in the top two auto qualifying positions. Karashchuk hanging on for third, but it is going to be Salisbury and Akintoy, the first two across the line. Akintoy 53.16, Salisbury 53.37. So finishing third in that heat is Karashchuk. And she is not going to advance. So Elena Werner sits on the bubble. She is going to advance along with Peace Nwalahia and Asia Foster. So just the top two in this third heat qualifying, and you needed to run 53:32 to advance by time. There you're looking at Blessing Akintoy of West Texas A&M. She'll win that heat, but she'll run the 7th fastest time. So you can see coming up in altitude from West Texas, she is getting a taste of what it is like to run at the altitude, but she will have 2 days to recover for the finals. And of course, we fully expect her to be running on some of the relay teams as well. Next up on the track, we'll move right into the men's 400. And you can see they are now just coming out of the clerk's, we can't call it the clerk's tent, but the clerk's facility here. That is the indoor weight room for the CSU Pueblo team, both the football team and the track team, enjoying and sharing this facility. It's nice for the athletes, though. They can check in, they can do some warm-ups outside of the elements or inside away from the elements. They will get their hip numbers and get all squared away before they come out and take their place on the track. And what's nice is this is at the starting, so they're not having to walk all the way around the track to their starting position. We are ready for our men's 400, and again, we will have 3 heats, qualifying the top 2 in each heat, plus the next 3 fastest times. Scheduled to compete in this first heat, you see there Treshawn Bowie of Academy of Art in 2, Daniel Cianez of Lubbock Christian in 3, Jamoy Jackson of Eastern New Mexico in 4, Miles Rhodes of Grand Valley in 5, Emmanuel Badejo of Wayne State in 6, Ramy Balti of Angelo State in 7, Haven Spain of Lenore Rhine in 8, and Zach Prey of Grand Valley State. He'll be in the outside in lane 9. Fastest qualifying time out of this heat is lane 4, Jamoy Jackson of Eastern New Mexico, 45.97, one of just 3 athletes who has broken that 46-second mark this season. So he would be an early favorite in this men's 400, at least to advance by time. You can see here at the Thunderbolt, we have a 9-lane track. In the preliminaries, we are able to keep lane 1 clear. Most of the coaches and athletes will tell you running out of lane 1 is very hard on the body. A bit ironic, because as all of the races break to the inside, they do run in lane 1, but generally that is avoided on the indoor circuit. You don't see too many preliminary heats running in lanes 1 or 2. Outdoors here, we are able to run 2 through 9 in our preliminaries, but of course that does allow us to advance 9 into the finals. But you got to be 8 to make the podium, so there is always going to be that one athlete who makes the finals but doesn't make the podium on a 9-lane track. As we look at the lineups here, it does look like lane 4 is open. That was scheduled to be Jamoy Jackson of Eastern New Mexico. So not quite sure what happened to our favorite there. But we can see that there is nobody in lane 4 as we get ready for this next race. So gun is up. Bowie, Cienez, Rhodes, Badejo, Balti, Spain, and Prey. Top 2 will advance to our finals, which are scheduled to run at 6:30 on Saturday evening. And a clean start for the men. And the stagger holding up pretty well on the back stretch. That is lane 6, Emmanuel Badejo from Wayne State. In the dark on dark, he has made up the stagger as he heads into that north curve. On the inside, we've got Miles Rhodes of Grand Valley State. And as they come off the curve now, it is still in Wayne State, Badejo, but here comes the field. And on the outside, Ramey Balti of Angelo State, so he'll take first place in that heat and the automatic qualifier. And it does look like Badejo will hang on or come back to get second at 46.25. Rhodes, 46.29. So you will have 2 from Grand Valley State sitting on the bubble for those 3 automatic qualifiers by time. And Bowie of Academy of Art, you see his 47.22. He is sitting squarely on the bubble as we have 2 heats to go. But there is your winner. You can see that is Ramey Balti, the junior from Angelo State, taking his spikes off after 1 lap around the track. And he will have the longest recovery time. And now as we get ready for heat number 2 on the track, Ruben Nichols of Lincoln will be in 2, Colin Clark of Lynn in lane 3, Nate Watson of Pitt State in 4, Michael Simmons Jr. of Morehouse will be in 5, Joshua Page of Tiffin in 6, Samuel Visat of Edward Waters in 7, Brody Staley of Chico State, he'll be in the outside in lane 8. as we look at Joshua Page there in lane 6. He is our indoor national champion, and he is also our defending outdoor national champion. So, keeping an eye on the junior from Tiffin running out of lane 6. That will be Joshua Page. We mentioned in lane 7 Samuel Visat of Edward Waters. That is our first opportunity to call an athlete from Edward Waters. They are one of the 4 new schools to Division II. Of all of our NCAA different divisions, Division II is the smallest division, and if you can say the smallest division, it only has 304 schools competing at the Division II level. But there are 4 new ones, including Edward Waters, which is based in Jacksonville, Florida. 3 other new schools joining D2 this year. We've not had an opportunity to call their athletes yet, but it is Allen University out of Columbia, South Carolina, Emory and Henry out of Virginia, and Westmont College out of California and Santa Barbara. They are the 4 new schools in Division II. And lane 7, Samuel Visat of Edward Waters, he may be the first athlete from that school to get to compete at the Division II Nationals. But you can see they are set in the blocks. Nichols, Clark, Watson, Simmons, Page, Visat, and Staley. Heat 2 of 3. Men's 400, top 2 will automatically advance. And a clean start here. And there he is out quickly in lane 6. That is Joshua Page from Tiffin. Not only the defending champion outdoors, he's also the indoor national champion. So a little bit different there when you are running 2 laps around the track. But he is very quickly caught up the stagger as he heads into this north curve. Again, that is Page of Tiffin in lane 6. And he is going to be 10 yards clear as he comes down this final stretch. So that will give him the opportunity to relax just a little bit should he take it. Nate Watson of Pitt State there, he's in lane 4 in the red, and he is going to take that second automatic qualifying spot. So you're going to get Page running 45:40. That is the fastest time so far. Nate Watson, the sophomore from Pitt State, he'll run 46:28, which will be the 4th fastest time. You'll get Ruben Nichols of Lincoln finishing 3rd in that heat, and he will now be on the bubble at 46:66. 2 athletes running 46:66, Zach Prey and Ruben Nichols. And you can see all the times there. Nichols at 46:66 from Lincoln in that heat. Zach Prey of Grand Valley State, 46:66 from the first heat. So if those 2 end up as the 2nd and 3rd fastest times, they will both get into the finals. If they do not, I would predict there would be a runoff. You cannot break a tie with the same athletes from different heats. So there would be the all-fearing runoff possibly, but 1 heat to go, so we'll see what happens on the track. If this 3rd heat cannot get a fastest 3rd ahead of them, they'll both make it. In lane number 2 in our 3rd heat, we'll have Timothy Frederick from Eastern New Mexico. We'll have Ryan Miller from Lock Haven in 3, Raleigh Chard of Central Missouri in 4, Ryan Chapman of Pitt State in 5, Shamar Palmer of Fresno Pacific will be in 6, Sebastian Jean of UCCS in 7, and Emmanuel Dupe from Emporia State, the sophomore. He'll be out in lane 8 in this final heat. And we do see Timothy Frederick from Eastern New Mexico there in lane 2. So still no word on why the favorite, Jamoy Jackson from Eastern New Mexico, did not compete in the first heat, but his teammate, the senior Timothy Frederick, taking up the cause for Eastern New Mexico now in lane 2. From the inside out, Frederick, Miller, Chard, Chapman, Palmer, Jean, and Dukbe. Fastest qualifier here out of lane 6, Shamar Palmer, the junior from Fresno Pacific. He's run 45.77 this season, so he'll get to come up in altitude, and we'll see what he can do.
Underway in the final heat of the 400, Frederick, Miller, Chard, Chapman, Palmer.
And you can see again on the outside there, in lane 6 with the headband, that is Shamar Palmer, Fresno Pacific. He's already made up one stagger, and as he heads into this curve, he's made up the second stagger, and he will be our leader coming off the curve. And again, that was to be expected, Shamar Palmer, Fresno Pacific, so he's got the long legs down the straightaway. He's not completely clear. Moving up, that is Raleigh Chard of Central Missouri in 4. And as the two of them battle, they know that the first two will automatically advance. Palmer with a little bit of a push at the end just to make sure he is first across the line. He'll run 45.66. So that'll be good enough for the second fastest time going into the final. Chard will advance. Third on the track is Dukpe at 46.29, and that is going to bump. That is not only going to bump Nichols, it's going to bump Prey, because finishing, that was the fastest heat. So our fastest 3 athletes are all going to be coming out of that final heat. So Palmer will win it. Chard will be second. Dukpe and Chapman in that heat will also advance, along with Miles Rhodes of Grand Valley State. So that is going to conclude our men's 400-meter hurdle preliminaries. Next up on the track, we're going to find out who the fastest sprinters are. Next up, and welcome back to Pueblo, Colorado. We're on the campus of Colorado State University, Pueblo, here for the 2025 Division II National Track and Field Championships. We were here 2 years ago for the National Championships. Last year it moved to Emporia State in Kansas, and next year it will be back in Emporia State in Kansas. If you are a D2 track fan, you know that generally a host site will host for 2 consecutive years, but for the past 4 years, they have broken it up by being in Colorado and Kansas alternatively. Our next event on the track now, this will be the women's 100 meters, and you can see they are lined up. They're going to be running from south to north, so they'll have that wind behind them. And as we have the first of our 3 heats on the track, this will be when we really see what the altitude is doing. You've got the altitude, you've got the wind behind you. No reason for these athletes not to get the best times of their lives today. In heat number 1, in lane 2 there, you see Tamia Horton from Sioux Falls. In lane 3, Griselle Scarlett from Eastern New Mexico. In lane 4, from CSU San Bernardino, that is Haley Hunt. In lane 5, from Findlay, is Jordan Taylor. Lane 6, from Lenore Rhine, that is Alexis Brown. She'll have a chip on her shoulder after not qualifying in the 4x100 meters. In lane 7, it's Nadia Chance from Fresno Pacific. And in lane 8, Tamija Nichols from Washburn. So again, 3 heats, that means the top 2 will automatically advance, plus the next 3 fastest times, and I fully expect these times to be fast. Again, the wind is behind these athletes. They are running at altitude. There is absolutely no reason for these athletes not to get some of the best times of their lives. This track is fast. It feels like a spring. And running along this home stretch here, got a pretty good crowd. The home stretch doesn't have any field events in front of it, but it is the finish line, so that is generally where the crowd congregates. We are in the shade on this side of the track. On the back side, you do have the long and triple jump pits, so a lot of the field event coaches and fans will sit on that side, and of course they do get the sun for a little bit longer as it goes down behind the press box. But you see there on the track ready to go, this is the first section of our women's 100 meters. Horton, Scarlett, Hunt, Taylor, Brown, Chance, and Nichols. Keep an eye on lane 6. That is Alexis Brown from Lenore-Rhine. And a clean start here in this women's 100. And we called that one. She is well out front. So no hangover from not making that 4x1. You are going to see Alexis Brown run 11:06. Now the wind is a plus 2.7, so that is a strong wind behind her. But an 11:06, that is going to be her fastest time of this season. Last year she won this event in Emporia, Kansas. She ran 10:96. She was second indoors this year in the 60. And of course 2 years ago on this track she finished silver at 11:01. So a good start and maybe a little bit more satisfaction there for Alexis Brown, the junior from Lenore-Rhine, as she will know that she has a spot in the finals. Also Haley Hunt of San Bernardino at 11:25. As we look now at heat number 2, Futoria Harris of Mount Olive will be in lane 2. Shavante Roberts of MSU Moorhead will be in 3. Deborah Ashampong from West Texas A&M in 4. Layla Clear of University of Mary in 5. Ashley Barrett of New Mexico Highlands in 6. Remember, Highlands had that meet record in the 4x1 preliminaries, so Barrett a member of that team. Deandronique Gaines of Pitt State will be in 7, and Adiah Brewster of Minnesota State, the senior, she'll be in lane 8. Now, of course, from this angle, you see 128 from the top of the track, and from our alternate camera, it will flip, and we'll have one on the bottom of the track. But you can see that we are actually running reverse on our home stretch. We are running from south to north with the wind behind our athletes, and that first section had a 2.7 wind reading behind them, and a very fast time for Alexis Brown. The fastest qualifying time from this heat is Ashley Barrett from New Mexico Highlands. She's run 11:25 this season. She was 6th in the indoor 60. And it was amazing to look that you can't just assume that the athletes who are going to make the finals in the 60 meters indoors are the same athletes who are going to make the finals in the 100 meters outdoors. Now Alexis Brown is the exception, as she was 2nd indoors and fastest qualifier outdoors. But our 2, 3, and 4, our 1, 3, and 4 finishers indoors not advancing to the national championships. So there could be multiple reasons for why they are not here in Pueblo. But if you want to be an All-American or a national champion, this is the place you need to be. Pueblo, Colorado. We are in the second heat of the women's 100 meters. Harris, Roberts, Ashempong, Clear, Barrett, Gaines, and Brewster. And they'll be called out of their blocks for this second heat. And as usual, our starters will confer, and it looks like we're going to get a green warning, and it looks like it's going to the field as opposed to one athlete. So generally what that means is the athletes took too much time getting into their blocks. So you can see the starter there giving them the instructions of what he wants them to do, which is going to be get in your blocks a little more quickly. And here is our second call to the blocks in this second heat. Keep an eye on Barrett in 6 and DeAndre Gaines of Pitt State in 7. She was 3rd in this race last year. And a clean start here, and that is what we expected. Barrett and Gaines out quickly on the outside. That's Barrett in the white, Gaines in the red. And Ashley Barrett of New Mexico Highlands, 11:38. DeAndre Gaines of Pitt State, 11:39. So they are going to be a little slower, but they are both going to advance. Shavante Roberts of Moorhead, she's going to be 3rd in that heat, but she does currently have the the fastest 3rd place time will be Roberts of Minnesota State Moorhead. And there you can see all the time. So the wind a little bit less, but still outside the legal limit. Just 2.2 wind behind them for heat number 2. And the time's not quite as fast as that first heat. But once they get to the finals, the wind will be the same for all of them. We have one more heat on the track now. And you see the women setting their blocks there. The lanes are full from 2 through 9. And we're going to have Shantae George, the senior out of Lincoln, in lane 2. Brianna Benlos of Winston-Salem will be in 3. Alexis Hollis, the senior out of Central Washington, she'll be in lane 4. In lane 5 from CSU San Bernardino, Amari Weatherford. Lane 6, Jazara Hart from Tusculum. Lane 7, Leah Smith from Findlay. Lane 8, Isiose Okadua from Converse. And in lane 9, Anaya Hextall from Barton. Fastest qualifying times out of this heat, Leah Smith of Findlay, the sophomores run 11:25, and Alexis Hollis, the senior out of Central Washington, has run 11:27. So both of those athletes coming from lower altitudes up to the high altitude of Colorado to run this next heat. And as we've seen, the wind behind them. This will be the final heat of our women. Of course, we'll move into the men's 100 meters after that. And then back to a more of a distance race with our steeplechase preliminaries on deck.
In the lane 2, the senior from Lincoln, GLBC champion, and an indoor All-American at 16.
The athletes just hearing their introductions from the PA announcer.
The first time qualifier here, that's Brianna Benlos. In the 4, the senior from Central Washington, the GNAP champion at 100 meters.
Give us a little bit of a chance to think about the team scoring as our teams are trying to advance. Our defending champions for both the men's and the women's competition are Pitt State. The Gorillas finally able to double up last year at Emporia. West Texas A&M was second on the men's side. It was Adams State out of Colorado. They were second on the women's side, but it wasn't really close at all as Pitt State scored 100 points. Adams State just 72. The men's was a little bit closer, and as we've mentioned, West Texas A&M, 4 years as the runner-up. So that's one of the side stories here. Have they done enough to move up as a team? Indoors this year, the indoor championships were in Indianapolis in March. Again, it was Pitt State men and women claiming the crowns. Pitt State men won with 76 points, just ahead of Grand Valley State, who had 61.5. On the women's side, a little bit closer. It was Pitt State with 63, Minnesota State with 58. So that keeps it exciting as we start to think about the team scoring, and we've already had some events with some ramifications for that. But right now we'll move back and look at the individuals. This is the third heat of the women's 100. They are trying to advance to the finals. From lane 1 out, it's George, Benloss, Hollis, Weatherford, Hart, Smith, Okadua, and Hextall. And that looked like it might have been lane 3 who had a little, or correction, lane 4 there had a little stumble. You can see as she turns around, the eyes always look to who we think the guilty athlete may be. And it looked like lane 4, she may have had a little shake there. That is Alexis Hollis of Central Washington. And I've been in this spot. Your heart is racing now. You are hoping and praying that it wasn't you, or there was a reason that you might have had a shake. Here comes our starter, and they are looking at lane 5, and it is lane 5 who's going to be disqualified, and that is Amari Weatherford of CSU San Bernardino, who has to see the red flag goes up. And that is a heartbreaking moment that I can tell you from experience. The last thing any athlete wants to do is false start at the national championships. Here is the replay. So look at lane 5 in the black on blue. And you can see that she just had that little shake, and that's probably what caused lane 4 to jump. The officials, with all those starters down there, they are able to see closely, and they got it right. And unfortunately for Amari Weatherford, the senior from CSU San Bernardino, she will be out of the race. George, Benloss, Hollis, Hart, Smith, Okadua, and Hextall. And a clean start here. Nope, they are back again. That was a late gun, and I don't know what happened there. Those two on the inside just kept going. There was one gun, and clearly the rest of the field did not move. Then there was a second gun with quite a delay. And the crowd is not happy with this. So we're going to find out what happened. And the public address announcer here reminding the crowd of good sportsmanship. And we'll see what's going to happen here in the second heat. And it looks like there's a green. So that's just a caution or a warning. So the athletes will get an explanation. Here's the replay. This was the first one. So that's where lane 5 got DQ'd. So it was the second heat that just went, where we don't know exactly what happened. It looks like lanes 1 and 2 got out very quickly, and the rest of the field didn't move. So now, there on the track, you can actually see Amari Weatherford. She should not be standing there. She was in the first one who was disqualified, and there is no reason that our athlete who false started in the first heat should be standing at the fishing starting line. She's appealing herself to try and get back in the race. So this is not a good situation here. You can see there, one of the assistant starters is talking to Amari Weatherford, and she should not be standing at the finish line appealing to get her way back in. So the crowd a little restless. The second start there, we don't know exactly what happened, but there was a delayed gun for the second false start. This is the second start. And we can see that was very bizarre. Lane 4 kind of came down out of her block, so I don't know if the starters told them to stand up. Lanes 1 and 2 got out quickly, and they were down the track. The rest of the field stayed put. We finally heard the second gun, so everybody came back, and we got the green warning card from the starters. So nobody disqualified in that second go-round. So as we try to get going here for this third and final heat, you can see Amari Weatherford still trying to make her case to officials, but that's not going to do her any good. Coach can file a protest. And now, as you see, our third and final heat getting into the blocks now for the third time. And we'll hope that we can get a clean start here. This is when the mental toughness of the athletes comes into play. They've got to put everything else out of their mind and focus on this start and this gun. And we do have a clean start this time. And that is Alexis Hollis of Central Washington. So she is going to capture this third heat. She's going to run 11:10. The wind on that last heat was 4.5, so that is very windy behind her, but it picks it up, and Hollis is going to run 11:10. Smith of Findlay is going to run 11:16. They're going to get the automatic spots, but when we look at that third spot, Jazara Hart, she runs 11:19 with that wind behind her. That is going to get her into the finals, and the next two runners who advance are going to be out of that last heat. Brianna Benloss of Winston-Salem, Anaya Hextall of Barton. So that's what happens. Those first two heats had wind of just 2.7 and 2.2. We had two delays. The wind picked up. The third heat got the wind behind them. And there are times when you don't want the wind because that's going to allow you not to get a good record. But there are times when you want the wind, and that is when you get it and the other two heats don't. And sure enough, all three fastest qualifying times will come out of that third heat. So that happened in the decathlon or the heptathlon 200 today. That happened, and it happened again in this women's 100. So this is all what keeps track and field interesting. So that drama aside, now we'll move over to the men's 100, and we'll see on the preliminary day just who the fastest men on the track are going to be. And that has also got the crowd back into it. So we have a lot of cheering going on down here for athletes who have run very fast times and athletes who are warming up on the straightaway and getting ready to run their first race. For the men's 100 meters, first heat, lane 2, Chris Weber from Northern State.
We'll go back to the track here, and we will be underway soon in the next event here. That is the prelims of the men's 100 meter dash. A little bit of context here.
Chris Weber of Northern State will be in 2. Dominic Sedlicek of Northwest Missouri will be in 3. Ty Anderson of Emporia State in 4. Joshua Caleb of Alaska Anchorage will be in lane 5. Paul Mosley of Lynn in 6. Kanye Thompson of Slippery Rock in 7. In lane 8, Kibrin Moore of Albany State, and in lane 9, Victor Smith from Pitt State. Fastest qualifying time in this heat is Joshua Caleb of Alaska Anchorage. He's run 10:11, and we have to assume that running in Alaska, you're going to have different conditions from running down here in the Continental 48. But he does have the fastest qualifying time in this heat at 10.11. Joshua Caleb, the sophomore, you can see him there in lane 5 wearing the black on black. As the men get ready now, you can see lanes 2 through 9 full of hopefuls trying to advance to the finals. The sprinters enjoy running rounds, especially in the 100. It gives them the opportunity to overcome a poor start, to get the feel of the track here. So running the first round, the goal is just to get out quickly and to get down the track finishing strong, while in the finals it is just about winning. Here we go. Heat 1. Weber, Sedlicek, Anderson, Caleb, Mosley, Thompson, Moore, and Smith. And a clean start. And as they run by us about halfway through, they are all even. That looks like that may be lane 4. Officially, it's going to be first across the line. Paul Mosley, 10.10. So 10.10 with a 2.4 win for Mosley, the junior from Lynn. Kibrin Moore of Albany State, he's going to run 10.12. Ty Anderson of Emporia, I thought he had it going across the line. He is 10.13. So how about that? 10.10 for the winner, 10.12 for second, 10.13 for third, 10.14 for fourth. So how about a 10.14 with a strong 2.4 wind? But you can see our first two there who crossed the line in the blue. They ran 10.10 and 10.12. And as we look at the final results now in that first heat, 10.39 was 8th. So that is a fast heat when 10.39 is 8th place. And you can see all the times there as we quickly switch to this next heat. But it was 10.39 was 8th place in that first heat. So as we get ready now for heat number 2 on the track, and we know to expect some fast times, Dylan Bennett, a freshman from UT Tyler, is going to be in lane 2. Rich Lou Tootie of Minnesota State, the sophomore, will be in lane 3. In lane 4, the senior from Catawba, Winfred Porter. In lane 5, a senior from Walsh, Micah Gremling. And in lane 6, a senior from Pitt State, DePriest Hogans. Lane 7, a sophomore from West Texas A&M, James Dadsey. And in lane 8, the senior from Academy of Art, Johnny Ince. So you've got the seniors in the middle of the track, the freshmen and sophomores on the outside. And as we look at this heat, Micah Gremling, the senior from Walsh, he was 3rd in the indoor 60, so we know he has a very quick start. He's run 10.10 this season, and we know from that first heat, 10.10, 10.10, that's the fastest qualifying time so far. This is the second of 3 heats in this men's 100. And around the track, that means they are now prepping for our steeplechase preliminaries. They've taken the cover off the water jump. And as we look around the track, you can see the fans are doing a pretty good job of gathering in certain positions. The team camps are set up around the North Bowl, so they are getting ready for that steeplechase competition. But we still have 2 more heats of the 100 here to come. And you can see now the heat 2 of the men's getting in the blocks. From the top of your screen, it's Bennett, Tootie, Porter, Gremling, Hogan's, Dadzi, and Ince. Porter in lane 4 was second in the indoor 60. So if you look at the inside there, lanes 4 and 5, they were both placed in the 60 meters, so they get out quickly, and you can see they do get out quickly, but that is DePriest Hogan's, the senior from Pitt State. He is going to run a very fast time. Look at that on the board, 9.96. So that is going to be that fast time that we talked about. The wind is 2.5. So it's wind aided, but it is sub 10. It is 9.96 for DePriest Hogan's, the senior from Pitt State. Porter, we just mentioned that he was second in the 60 meters. He'll get across the 100-meter line in 10.08. Dadzi's 10.15 and Gremling's 10.18. So as it stands right now with our 3 bubble times, our 3 fastest thirds, you are going to have to run faster than 10.15 to make the finals. James Dadzi, you see right there from West Texas A&M, he was third in that heat at 10.15. He is on the bubble as we go to 1 more heat. So will we see a third heat go sub 10? They're going to have to run faster than 10.15 to guarantee themselves a spot in the finals. Here are the lane assignments now for heat number 3. Dakari Charlton of Pitt State will be in 2, so he'll try and do what his teammate just did in breaking 10 seconds flat. In lane 3, Tyson Williams, the freshman from Johnson C. Smith. Solomon Odonkor of Angelo State will be in 4. Isaac Bozio, the junior from West Texas A&M, he is our defending national champion. He ran 9.98 last year in Emporia to win this men's 100 meters. Lane 6, Oluwalu Olatunde from Harding. Lane 7, Romar Stapleton from Claflin. And lane 8, Isaiah Olson from Tusculum. So there is the lineup as we get ready for this 3rd and final heat. And as mentioned, they are going to have to run fast if they want to make the finals. 10.15 unless you are in the top 2 in this heat. So we're going to keep an eye on Bozio in the middle of the track. He ran 9.98 last year in Emporia, but with the altitude and the wind behind him, we'll see what he can do today. He's run 10.14 this year. From the top of your screen, Charlton, Williams, Odonkor, Bozio, Olatunde, Stapleton, and Olson. Heat 3 of the men's 100 meters. And a clean start. Again, keeping our eye on Bozio in 5. And he may not win that heat.
Are we going to do it again?
10 flat for Olatunde from Harding. He's going to run 10 flat. You can see how close it was. It's taking that timing system. 10:03 for Williams, so that's the automatic qualifier. Bozzio is third at 10:05, so he's going to advance. Charlton at 10.1. So the wind had picked up. The wind was +3 on this third and final heat. And I'll tell you this, it is going to take 10.13 to make the finals. Our 3 auto qualifiers by time: Bozzio 10:05, Dakari Charlton of Pitt State 10.10, and Ty Anderson of Emporia State, he's going to run 10.13 and be our 3rd qualifier by time. Cannot wait for Saturday afternoon to see the finals in this men's 100. That is going to be one heck of a race, and it is scheduled for Saturday at 6:50 local time. And there you are looking at Olalu Atunde, the sophomore from Harding. He wins that last heat. So who would have thought 10 flat would be the 2nd fastest time going into the final. But we've had our 4x1 preliminaries, we've had our 100-meter preliminaries, and we have proven that the speed is here on this track. So looking forward to some very, very fast times. Going from speed to strength, I guess we would call it strength here with the steeplechase. They're going to have to run 3,000 meters, but they're also going to have to jump over the barriers. So this is one of those races where, again, they need to advance to the finals. So they need to run fast enough to get into the finals and save as much energy as possible for the finals, because the finals is going to be where it is at in this steeplechase. We are loaded from top to bottom in both the men and the women in the steeplechase. Our women will be first, so we're going to run 2 heats of this women's steeplechase. And of course, that means the top 4 will automatically get in, plus the next 4 fastest times. Steeplechase is loaded with representatives from the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. Again, there's always something to be said for training and running at altitude. Many of the athletes here in Colorado will head out to California and compete in some of the top distance meets, and that is where a lot of the qualifying times have come from this season. In fact, in this women's steeplechase, we have 2 heats of 11, so we will have 22 athletes qualifying for the finals. 9 of them are from the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. So here are the athletes in Heat 1, and we are scheduled to see Isla Davis from Western Washington, Eliette Caput from West Texas A&M, Margot Bissart from Colorado School of Mines, Emily Scholkopf from Adams State, Joanna Ebert from Wisconsin Parkside, Emily Lamena from Colorado School of Mines, Eve Weber from Washburn, Haley Harkrider from Adams State, Allison Beasley from Western Colorado, Maria Mitchell from Grand Valley State, and Jessica Kampman from Azusa Pacific. Maria Mitchell from Grand Valley State, the junior, she's run 10:12 this year, which is the 2nd fastest qualifying time. So we're going to try and keep an eye on her. She will possibly be our pace setter as we run through this 3,000-meter steeplechase. First heat of the women. Getting their final instructions over there from the starters and the clerk of the course. They will not have to run around or over or through the water barrier this first time around, nor will they have to run over the barrier that is just over 100, 150 meters on the track. The first barrier they will have is just over 200 meters into the track as they pass our finish line. So here they go to the start, first heat of 2 in this women's steeplechase, and they are underway. And on the inside, wearing the ball cap, that is Ayla Davis, the senior from Western Washington. And she will take them around this first curve. Again, they'll run past that water jump right there. They'll have to go inside the rail for that the next time around. And now as they head down this home stretch here, that is Emily Lamena of Colorado School of Mines and Emily Sholkoff, the senior from Adams State. So the 2 Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference participants will lead them down this home stretch as they approach their first barrier. And they are up and over that first barrier. And now have 2,800 meters to go.
The leader is Emily Lamena. Right behind her is Emily Sholkoff.
The fields here, only 11, and we are going to advance 12. So we're not going to see a huge field in this 3,000 meter steeplechase. When you watch some of the larger meets in competition, whether that is a world-class national championship or even a big collegiate or high school meet, probably the most difficult thing to do in track and field is to hurdle a barrier in a pack of athletes where you cannot see the barrier as you are hurdling it. And I say hurdle because you can see the style has changed. It used to be that the athletes would plant that first foot on the barrier and kind of launch themselves over it. But the style has changed, and now the majority of athletes are hurdling these barriers. As the race goes on and they do get a bit more tired, they will sometimes use that barrier as a push-off, especially when you get to the water jump. The farther you can push, the farther up the landing you can go. And that landing in the water jump is at an angle, so they're not landing on a flat surface. They are landing on a slanted surface. But you can see how quickly the field spreads out here. They're running for the top 4 spots. The next 4 fastest times will get in, but in a steeplechase preliminary, you are generally aware of where the competition is around you. And if you can get clear of the 5th place runner, you know that you do not have to push it at the final few laps. This is Emily Lamena, the freshman from the Colorado School of Mines. She is setting the pace with Margot Bassart, her teammate. So the 2 ore diggers down from Golden, Colorado, running on a track they are familiar with. Feeling very comfortable leading this steeplechase. Again, we'll have 2 heats here, followed by 2 heats of the men's steeplechase.
So still running around 10 pace.
The steeplechase finals are scheduled for tomorrow. So one of the rare events where you do not get a day off between the preliminaries and the finals. The women's steeplechase finals are scheduled for 7:15 tomorrow, so they'll end up with just about 24 hours of recovery going into the final. So again, the goal here is to expend the least amount of energy as possible in this preliminary in the steeplechase, because you get to come back and do it all over again tomorrow. So that is why you usually see some outliers at the beginning pushing the pace. They just want to get clear. They can run early, they can relax late, not worry about the barriers. But now moving up into second place, Allison Beasley from Western Colorado. And that is also Elliot Caput from West Texas. So Bassart of Mines now dropping back into 5th place, so she may have gone out a little bit early. It's all about gauging how you feel. You can see her there in 5th place on the track, but she does not look quite as smooth as the other runners as she now falls into 6th. Keep an eye in 7th place, the Adams State runners. Again, you can always count on Adams State to qualify athletes for the finals. They wear their fluorescent green, in this case the fluorescent green on the dark green, but you can see 2 of them lurking there just outside the top 5 or 6 spots. But this has all been Emily Lamena, the freshman. She is well out in front. And as she is clear of the water jump and comes around this curve, and comes down the home stretch here, the lap counter changes to just over 3 laps. And we'll see who has the furthest charge down the back stretch and the final 3 laps on the track. Still with Beasley and Chaput running 2nd and 3rd. And just as we mentioned now, that is Shulkoff from Adams State. She will move into 4th place with 3 laps to go. There's no real equivalent indoors for the steeplechase runners. Technically, it is the track version of cross country. So in cross country, they're running generally a 6,000 meters, whether that is over a golf course or a true cross country course where they do have natural landscaping to conquer. The equivalent on the track would be the steeplechase, so a 3,000 meter steeplechase with barriers is where a lot of those cross-country runners will end up in the spring, but not much for them to do in the winter, so generally running a 3,000 or a 5,000. Some sprinters maybe even running a 1,500 if you want to call that a sprint for a steeplechase runner. But now just over 2 laps to go, and it is still Emily Lamena, the freshman from Mines. Elliot Chaput from West Texas is running 2nd. Allison Beasley of Western is 3rd. And that is going to be Mitchell and Shulkoff running for that 4th coveted spot. Isla Davis of Western Washington falling over that last barrier, and that's cost her about 5 yards on the field. She is currently in 6th spot and losing ground. So now they know, under 2 laps to go, running for 4th, you can't quite relax too much, but you can definitely make sure that you are not pushing yourself over a barrier. The last thing you want to do is hook that trail leg or take a slip or a tumble at this point. But we have 5 athletes clear. There's only 4 guaranteed spots. So a little under a lap and a half to go. We're going to find out now how much energy they want to expend towards the end of this race. Lamena is clear. She's running well. She's looking behind her. She's making sure there's nobody close. She knows that she can be in the top 4. And you can see behind her 2, 3, 4, and 5. Currently right now in that 5th spot, that is Maria Mitchell of Grand Valley. Now she had the fastest qualifying time in this heat. She's run 10:12, so we know that she can go faster. She's sitting 5th right now, so it would be surprising to see her not make a little push to see if she can get up into that 4th spot. You never know what the second heat is going to run on the track. And as she is running around that south curve there, you can see in 5th place there, that is Mitchell, Maria Mitchell of Grand Valley. So the top 4 get in, and you can see 5 there now on the back stretch. So there may be a little bit of sprinting at the end from that back group. They're all going to want to make sure they're in the top 4. That'll make it a lot more relaxing to watch the second heat on the track. 200 meters to go now for that group. Our leader, she's just got 2 more barriers to go. Lemania's over the water barrier, so she just has 1 more barrier. She can relax down the stretch here now. She knows she's going to win this heat. She can make sure she gets over this final barrier. And here comes the sprint. Here comes the 100-meter sprint for that 4th and final spot. We've got Chaput from West Texas A&M, Sholkoff from Adams State, Beasley from Western, and she's going to hang on for 4th. So Maria Mitchell, the junior from Grand Valley State, she's going to have to hustle across the line just to make sure she does not have a bubble time that gets bumped. And you can see she's going to be there just about 10:45. So she's going to be the one that is a little nervous for the next 15 minutes. Mitchell will be on the bubble at 10:45.90. So that is well off of her 10:12 time that she ran to qualify. Davis will finish 6th. She's going to be sub-11, so she's going to run 10:58. And Ebert from Wisconsin Parkside at 11:06. And it's going to be Jessica Kapman who is on, what do we want to say, the deep end of the bubble, 11:11. And there you can see the times there. Our last 3 runners coming across the time clock in 11:12. But there you see the first 8 runners. And it'll be the first 4 are automatically in. The next 4 are waiting on time. And as we get ready now for our second heat, here are our athletes who are supposed to be competing. We'll start with 2 from CSU Pueblo running on their home track. It's Margot Thomas. She is a veteran of this event. She placed 11th last year running in Emporia. Camille Renault of CSU Pueblo. She's also running here. The 2 French nationals for CSU Pueblo trying to advance to the finals on their home track. We've also got Ferdoas Rique from Wingate, Rachel Reitman from UCCS, Maya Ewing from Seattle Pacific, Mary Edwards from Lewis, Anna Igons from Slippery Rock, Kate Noctegal from Wichita Baptist, Sierra Bow from Wingate, Ava O'Connor from Adams State, and Ella Barrio from Davenport. All eyes are on Ava O'Connor. She clearly comes in with the #1 seeding. She's run 9:46.22, and that is just an incredible time. That is 26 seconds, almost half a minute faster than the next qualifiers on the track. So you can see now the athletes being told to get 1 final run through, as the barriers do have to be reset. We don't want to make sure that they are not running over that first barrier after the water jump. So they're getting their final run through. Mary Edwards of Lewis saying, I don't need another run through. I am ready to go. I'm going to wait here at the starting line.
Rachel Rickman from UC Colorado Springs was 4. Maya Ewing from San Pacific is 5. Edwards from Lewis is 6.
And it actually looks like they may have started to raise the barriers for the men's steeplechase and having to make sure that they get all the barriers put back down to the women's height, as we have 2 heats. It is not too often in a track meet where you will have multiple heats or sections of the steeplechase. So many of the hurdle crews instinctively, after one race, you raise them to the next level. But we do have 2 today. So it looks like they are now ready once again at the start. Again, O'Connor is the one to watch. She was 2nd last year to her own teammate, Gracie Hyde. Hyde has graduated, so it is Ava O'Connor's race to win or lose. She's run 9:46 this year, which is just an incredible time. Again, on the inside, you have the two French nationals running for CSU Pueblo, both seniors, Margot Thomas and Camille Renault, so they know this track well. And we're off in heat number 2. So again, top 4 automatically, and the next 4 they'll know. Their coaches will be telling them what pace they're on, so they'll know whether they are going to beat those first heat 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place times. But as they come down the home stretch here for the first time, that is O'Connor in the lead in the green on green, Thomas on the inside wearing hip number 1, and then on the outside, Maya Ewing of Seattle Pacific. Again, we will follow this with our men's steeplechase. That is scheduled for a 7:10 local time start. We'll have the preliminaries in the 400-meter hurdles. And then, of course, this evening, finals in our women's and men's 10,000 meters. So we'll see how the distance runners run at altitude in a final event. It'll be our first final event on the track, the 10,000 meters later this evening. So as they come around here, the north curve, they'll hit the water jump for the first time. And O'Connor threw it easily. And the field is now through. And they will make their way down the home stretch with just over 6 laps to go. But O'Connor is out well ahead. Mary Edwards, the sophomore from Lewis, is staying clear, and the rest of the field chasing about 10, 15 yards behind. The advantage of running second, obviously, is you coaches know your time. They know what pace you need to be running. Your coaches can tell you need to pick it up, you're good, or you can just keep doing what you are doing on the track. But you can see the distance there in the separation. O'Connor and Edwards are out front leading down the back stretch now. The rest of the field together as they settle into a pace. We didn't get a temperature reading early in the meet, but the weather here has been very warm all day. Tomorrow is supposed to be the warmest day of the 3 days of our 2025 championships, with temperatures expected to reach the low 90s possibly tomorrow here in Colorado. Currently 77 degrees, so the athletes not at all disheartened by dipping their feet in the water jump each time around the track. O'Connor now getting clear. You saw the 3:30 on the clock as she crossed the finish line with just 5 laps to go. Again, her job today is to run what's comfortable. She's clearly the favorite. She needs to stay clean. She needs to run a comfortable pace, make sure that she can keep her pace and relax during the second half of this race and not have to worry about advancing to the finals. There is no magical lane for the finals, so even having the fastest qualifying time is not important. You can see there she's looking over at her coach. He's telling her what her pace is and what she needs to be running. Mary Edwards a little bit in no man's land now. Nobody likes to run by themselves, and she is just about in the middle of our leader O'Connor and this peloton chasing on the track. But there you get a good look at Ava O'Connor, very aware of where she is on the track and who is around her, and running comfortably. That looks like Anna Igams of Slippery Rock leading the, what we'll call the peloton. As now the field with 4 laps to go.
And 2 jumps into the finals here in the men's long jump competition. That last man was Dylan Fox with CUI. Not an improvement, but a nice series here.
The wind is still blowing as we look up at the flags from the same direction, so they've kind of got a crosswind as they head down the back stretch with the same crosswind on the home stretch. It's the curves where they will feel it the most. So the good news is here they're approaching the water jump curve on the north side. This is where the wind is behind them. There you see O'Connor through the water barrier. Edwards still comfortably running in second, although you can see that chase pack getting a little bit closer. And if that was Igams of Slippery Rock in third, now you see the 2 Thunderwolf runners from CSU Pueblo moving up into 4th and 5th. O'Connor looking around, she's very conscious, wants to make sure she is clear. She knows that on the track she now has 3 laps to go. She's definitely going to make a statement and say, hey, yeah, I'm the favorite, yeah, I ran that fast time, but now you see me in person, I'm going to show you how easy this is for me. And you can see she's opened up, about a 60, 70 meter lead as she is well on her way down the backstretch now. Now she can relax. She doesn't have to continue to push the pace or get any more. She can just find herself a good rhythm. You can see now the chase pack has caught Edwards. So you've got 4 runners there running for technically the next 3 spots. And that is Renault of CSU Pueblo in 5th position. So you know their coach Matt Morris is keeping an eye on the clock and telling them exactly where they are as compared to the first heat. And there, the pace picking up a little bit. You see O'Connor, she's just out there running by herself. What we've seen on the track now, this is Anna Igams from Slippery Rock, the senior. She came out of that water jump with a mission. She pulled away, but there you see Margot Thomas of CSU Pueblo moving up into 3rd position. They have 2 laps to go now. So now the race is on a little bit. We'll see which of these athletes has enough energy to finish their final 800 meters. Remembering the time to beat, the bubble times range from 10:45 to 11:11. There are 4 athletes in that spot. So O'Connor has 600 meters to go now, and she is well clear. Margot Thomas from CSU Pueblo has moved up into 2nd place. And a little surge there over that hurdle. And there you can see the wide range. You can see all the athletes, all the teammates sitting around the curve there. They know they're not running today. They've come, they've seen the track. They're here to support on their athletes. A very nice environment here for all of the teammates to sit around the track and cheer on their steeplechase teammates. And around the track there, you're looking at Ava O'Connor. She almost looks like, Coach, what do you want me to do? I'm just cruising along here. 1 lap to go. Thomas has clearly now established a 2nd place. You've got Igams in 3rd and moving up into that 4th spot on the track. Still going to be a race there. That looks like it might be Ella Barrio of Davenport. Mary Edwards, who was 2nd for so long, is currently sitting in 5th spot, so we'll see if she has anything left.
So Ella Barrio has moved up into 4th place.
So just over 200 meters to go. This will be the last chance for the the fans to cheer Ava O'Connor around.
She currently sitting in that fourth auto cue spot.
Easily, gingerly making her way across the hurdles safely.
From Lewis, getting a second win. And she nails that fourth
You can
cue.
see there's nobody going to catch her, so she can take her time, pay attention, get through this water barrier,
She's over it safely.
and she's clear. She's going to finish. Margot Thomas leading the charge. They're not worried about catching O'Connor. They just want to finish second, third, and fourth. But they are 5 of them together, so there will be a little sprint down here. We are at 10:24 on the track, so I would guess that the 5 are going to make it. But there is going to be a sprint for the finish. Here comes Mary Edwards. Mary Edwards was second for so long.
Margot Thomas is going to get second.
So Margot Thomas is going to finish second on the track for CSU Pueblo, so she's in. Anna Huygens of Slippery Rock, she's going to be in. Mary Edwards of Lewis, she is going to be in. They're going to be the top 4 qualifiers. Now we're going to look at the 5th place time from Barrio. That's 10:45, so she is going to advance. Mitchell, who was in the first heat with that fast qualifying time, nervously awaiting, but she's known for a while now that the pace was slower in that second heat. So Mitchell will stay in. Maya Ewing of Seattle Pacific. And how about that? Isla Davis of Western Washington. She is going to be our final qualifier by time at 10:58. That was her who took a spill on one of the barriers, but she finished, so she'll be a little bit happy. You can see the wind has dropped. So just a slight wind for those athletes as they ran in the 77 degrees in Pueblo, Colorado. But you can see all the times of that second heat. And as we look at that, it was a slower heat. Just one from that heat advancing to the finals. You can see what the weather's doing there to a few of those finishers. They got across that finish line. They've got 24 hours, less than 24 hours now, as our current local time is 7:11, and the finals for the steeplechase for the women 7:15. So they have 24 hours and 4 minutes until they have to do it all over again. Next up, it will be the men's turn.
So you can see our officials putting in the barriers. To the men's side.
The barriers do have to be raised for the men's steeplechase.
On the track, the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Once again, we'll have 2 preliminary heats.
Just a little bit higher for all of them to navigate as they run. But again, the new style in the steeplechase is they will be hurdling the barriers. So you see a lot of athletes coming with that 2 legs crossing over at the same time. So a unique style, but successful nonetheless, especially when you only have the small groups here. Again, I think the hardest thing to do in track and field when you see a big group of steeplechase runners in a pack coming towards a barrier and they all jump it cleanly, and you know the ones in the middle and the back of the pack, they can't even see the barrier. They are just jumping on faith and hoping that everybody around them gets over and that they get over cleanly as well.
The board there. We'll go to Kapitko next.
Men's steeplechase. Getting ready. We will have our 2 heats of the men's steeplechase, just like the women, with the top 4 advancing plus the next 4 fastest times. That is the nice thing about running a championship event. You know exactly what you are doing with qualifiers, who's going to make it, who's going to advance, and how that will all pan out. The steeplechase, Heat 1, you see them lined up there, just getting ready for the start. They are scheduled to be Felix Rivette from Indianapolis, Caleb Beloy from CSU Pueblo, Hunter Doherty from Chico State, Sohail Bafizi from Wingate, Richie Johnston from Hillsdale, Stephen Clark from Lee, Grant Bradley from Northwest Missouri State, Will Aitken from Wingate, Dalton Gleason from Tiffin, Wimichamore Hilo from Missouri Western, and Edwin Ciuda from Western Colorado. In the men's steeplechase, we will have our defending national champion. He'll be in the 2nd heat. That'll be Titouan Legris from Wingate. He'll be running in our next heat. This is the event you want to keep an eye out for Wingate. They went 1-2-3 last year. Wingate Bulldogs going 1-2-3 in the steeplechase, and they have 4 athletes advancing to the finals this year. So a challenge for Wingate. Can they go 1-2-3-4? Going to keep an eye on Grant Bradley from Northwest Missouri State. He's in this first heat. He was 8th in 2024, but this year he does have the second fastest qualifying time at 8:32. So he's in this first heat, and you would say he's probably the favorite to watch, although as the favorite he knows he just has to be in the top 4. And that is him there wearing hip number 7, Grant Bradley from Northwest Missouri. Wingate runner wearing hip number 8 there. That's Will Aitken. He is the addition to the field, the wild card to see if he can finish in the top 4. Again, Wingate, a very fascinating squad. They recruit heavily internationally, and they did qualify 18 to the Division II championships here, and every single one of them an international athlete. And as we mentioned, they did go 1-2-3 in the men's steeplechase last year. So again, this is just qualifying, but we'll keep an eye on Bradley and the 2 runners from Wingate in this first heat of our men's steeplechase.
So with the chance to replay or move into the lead here, just 2 centimeters out of the lead in round 5. Who'd like your support on the backstage?
And as our steeplechase crew runs down the backstretch here, some of those cheers you may hear are coming from the fans watching the long jump. The men's long jump is our only other field event in competition tonight.
Northwest Missouri, currently ranked number 2 in the nation coming into this race.
But on the track, they're through their first lap on the track, and it is Gus Bradley of Northwest Missouri State who will be setting the pace out there. Again, he is the favorite in this heat, second fastest qualifying time. He was 8th last year, so he knows exactly what it takes to make the finals, and he will continue to lead as the field has really stretched out just a lap and a half in.
And back on the runway there, that was Washington Benedict, still running at 7:61 in round 3 here of flight 1 of the competition is Benedict. And so that means there are 2 jumps remaining in round 5 of the finals here. It's the man from
And you can see generally the
next on the runway.
runners out front on the track have some of the better hurdling form. Sometimes when you see some of the runners at the back are a little bit tired, or maybe they are good 3,000 meter runners still learning the form of the hurdling and getting over the barriers. But the pace feels fast here. Again, the top 4 automatically advance, so sometimes you do see a very strategic steeplechase semifinal. But Bradley here leaving no doubt about it right now. He has said, I feel strong. He saw what Ava O'Connor did in that last heat for the women. The favorite goes out early and just puts a stamp on it that says, okay, I'm here, I'm healthy. You guys can all run behind me, but you're running for second. So through the first 1,000 meters, Grant Bradley runs 3 flat.
Final round of jumps, this is Anthony Ward from Minnesota State.
Bradley has run 8:32 this year, so again, this pace right now is not super fast by any means. If he's going to come through the first 1,000 meters in 3 flat, that would be roughly a 9-minute steeplechase, and he's run 8:32 this year, but there is absolutely no reason to run that in your preliminaries. You see most of the pack sticking together. Now leading that chase pack is going to be Wimich Moragilo of Missouri Western in the yellow on yellow. When you're in a pack like this and you know the leader, you know he's gone out there, well then you can just say, all right, I'm just running for top 3. I need to be the top 3 out of this pack.
7:51. He needs 1 centimeter to move up in the rankings in the final jump.
And you can see the distance there and the separation between first and second, second and third, and then just one runner off the back at the moment. Grant Bradley, the senior now from Northwest Missouri, continuing to lead on the track.
Great sheet there for Dylan Fox today across the competition. Next, the man from Harding, Anton Kapitko, round 6, currently in 7:52, 4 centimeters out of 6th place. Meanwhile, on the track, Grant Bradley taking no prisoners here. He's got just over 3 laps remaining. And he's running around 8:40 tempo, 8:45 perhaps. The significance of that is that the fastest ever steeplechase on Colorado soil, set by Billy Nelson back in 2008, is 8:53.84. You can see that mark eclipsed in the prelims here.
And you can see now a little bit of separation from second and third on the track. And the athlete who may be watching this the most is he's running in our second heat here. And that would be our defending champion, Tijuan Legree, the junior from Wingate. He's run 8:29 this year. That is just 3 seconds faster than Grant Bradley. And if they were 1st and 8th last year, you know Brantley is going to be hungry. And once you've won it, you have a target on your back and everybody is chasing you. So just over 800 meters to go now for our leader. We have a new challenger moving up to 2nd place. And that is Bufrizi from Wingate. And now the other Wingate runner, Will Aitken, has moved up into 3rd. So Wingate quietly coming from the back and moving up. They're sitting 2nd and 3rd on the track now. Again, just trying to advance, with their goal being, can they place 4? Can they place in the top 4? They went 1, 2, 3 last year, looking to go 1, 2, 3, 4 this year. But of course, that man wearing hip number 7 from Northwest Missouri State's going to have something to say about that. So what you see there is a lap and a half to go, and the top 4 will automatically make it through to the finals, which are going to be held just about 24 hours from now. And again, the weather, as nice as it's been today, it should be even better tomorrow. It's supposed to be warmer during the day, approaching the low 90s. By this time, 7:30 in the evening, it will have cooled off a little bit.
Currently in 3rd, and Amarega both jumped 7:68, but Aranda has the better 2nd best jump. So Wesley
currently sitting in that 4th spot overall. That is Richie Johnston from Hillsdale. So he will be looking to finish this last lap strong and make it to the finals. But on your screen there, you're looking at the top 3 as they go by, and there are the top 4. So you see, we might have a challenge for that 4th spot. A couple of the runners there moving up, trying to guarantee their spot.
And down the back,
there is Grant Bradley.
Here in his call for support.
Just about 200 meters to go for Bradley. And just 2 more barriers. Wingate running 2 and 3. Maybe have a little battle here for 4, 5, and 6.
And Tingle takes the flag here, so his best effort of the day is 7:68.
And we do see a yellow flag up there. There's a yellow flag up on the curve there, so we'll have to check that. The yellow flag is never good sign to see, so nothing will be official here. But Bradley will be first across the line.
The winner of section 1. Pretty close finish for those auto cues. The pace slowed substantially in the second half. Bradley wins it 9:13.14.
So as we look at the results of that steeplechase, Bradley's going to run 9:13. Bafrizi 9:13.
Stephen
Clark also all running under sub 14, and that 4th automatic qualifier would go to Hunter Doherty 9:14.05. There you can see the times. So the second 4 times are the important ones there. So the 9:14.66 through 9:28, those are your 4 athletes on the bubble. So we are going to see, we did have that yellow flag down there on the north curve that final time. So it went up early. So that could very well affect one of those top 4 runners in that heat. And we can see the officials discussing that, and our referee is filling out a form. So stay tuned. That first heat in our men's steeplechase is not official at this time. There you see the athletes in our second heat getting ready. And of course we just have to move the barriers, or move that second barrier to make sure that they are not.
And so Monroe will continue to ride that 7:63.
Tempted, and you can see we are not lining our next heat up just quite yet.
Not sure if we're going to get another jump here in the competition. I see a head shake. I think our boy Alex is done. Folks, your champion rides it out from his first jump of the day, 7.70. Alex Meyer, University of Indianapolis, takes the title in the men's long jump.
All right, congratulations, Alex Meyer. Let's switch our attention now to the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase, section 2. Runners are as follows: Alex Shaw.
And now we're just getting our lineups from the public address announcer for the second heat of the main steeplechase. On the inside there is Alex Shaw from the Colorado School of Mines. Wearing hip number 2 is Matthews Boris of West Texas A&M. Max Ronenberger of the Colorado School of Mines. Gavin Jenkins of Lewis. Our defending champion, as mentioned, yet another Wingate runner. Tituan Legree. Nick Abdallah of Nebraska Kearney. Ricardo Barbosa of Wingate, Owen Westerkamp of Grand Valley State, Pau Valderrama of Missouri Western, Nathan Knox of Alabama Huntsville, and Luke Gaddis from Lee. They will round out the field here as we get ready for the second section. And we are underway.
And now it's official, folks. That is your champion, the man from UIndy. He does take it here. He clocks a 7:38 in his final jump. A good way to close the day. 7:70 in round 1, 7:60 in round 3, 7:55 in round 4, and 7:38 on the final jump of the day.
So again, the advantage that this second heat has, they know that the first heat all finished 9:13, 9:14. They know that if they can guarantee they run faster than 9:28, they are going to make the finals. As Felix Rivette from Indianapolis sits.
So as we turn our attention back to the track, Ricardo Barbosa from Wingate currently leading the way. Senior from Wingate has clocked 8:47 this season, hails from Portugal. Owen Westerkamp from Grand Valley State is in second. Luke Gaddis from the lead.
Wearing hip number 7 there is Barbosa from Wingate. And wearing hip number 8 That's Max Bohnberger from the Colorado School of Mines. Owen Westerkamp of Grand Valley, the freshman, also up at the front. And as the group goes through the water barrier for the first time, settling into the lead there is Owen Westerkamp from Grand Valley.
Wingate already has one steeplechase in the finals. Over Breezy finished second in his heat to qualify for the winning. They're looking to get 2 more in the final here. Right up some serious points in this event. The bubble time 9:28. First heat just made it up. Friendly pedestrian after a fast start.
Still nothing in the timing system and the results letting us know anything about any disqualifications in that first section, but we'll try and keep you posted along the way. Again, this is now the second heat of our men's steeplechase. It'll be followed by the 400-meter hurdles preliminaries for both the women and the men. And how quickly it goes. Then we'll just have one more event on the evening, our 10,000-meter final. Competition does continue tomorrow morning. Our decathlon and our heptathlon will finish up their events. Field events tomorrow: the women's discus throw, the women's high jump, the men's triple jump, and the men's discus will all be final events. The track gets underway in the evening tomorrow with preliminaries in the 200, the 800, and the 100 and 110 meter hurdles. We'll also have preliminaries in the 4x400 meter relay just after the finals in this steeplechase event. So the sun just starting to go down a little bit. I guess we would officially call this sunset. Still bright out there on the track, but no more sunshine along the way. And the lights are on here at the Thunder Bowl in Pueblo, Colorado, on the campus of Colorado State University, Pueblo. Still no real separation in this second heat. Everybody's still together. Some athletes comfortable running out front. Some not wanting to lose touch of those out front, and some comfortable running from the back, knowing that they can be clear of any mishaps along the way. Nobody in danger of getting boxed in right now in this 11 member race. Westerkamp of Grand Valley State, the freshman, continuing to set the pace out front. That may or may not be to his favor. He's doing all the work out there, and the rest of the field just tucked in behind him, comfortably running at that pace. But when you're out the front, there's not much you can do. You can either run faster and try and lose them, or you can slow down and hope somebody passes you. The Wingate runners running very smartly there to the outside of the water barrier. We know both of them have experience making the finals. Hip number 5 comfortably sitting on the outside of all danger there. Now making his move a little bit more to the front. 3 laps to go now, so we'll start to see a little bit more separation. Got about 8 runners here in this first group, and we can only take 4 automatically, so you'll see that front group start to break up a little bit as the top 4 make a push. Unless you are an absolute sprinter down the finish, you do need to make your move just a little bit earlier. And if you are not a sprinter, you definitely need to make your move sooner rather than later and hope that you can run the legs out of some of these athletes on the track. Just 2.5 laps to go now.
So we only have 7 runners that have separated themselves a little bit. So we have 48 qualifying spots to grabs.
A little bit of a stumble there, and that's just how quickly you can go from 2nd or 3rd to 6th or 7th. But it looks like a pretty good recovery there for Luke Gaddis of Lee. Took a little stumble in that water jump. 2 laps to go, and it's the Wingate runners who have moved to the lead. Legree and Barbosa now running out front. They finished 1st and 3rd in this event last year, so clearly 2 of the favorites.
So our pre-race favorite, Team Legree in the lead. Barbosa, his teammate, in 2nd. Mines moving up alongside him now. Pretty steady pace. Complete laps of 73.
Legree from Wingate, the French national. He is our defending champion. Fantastic distance runner, running different events. The steeplechase may or may not even be his favorite event, but he is setting down the gauntlet here. 1 lap to go, and we have 5 runners all together here at the front. Only 4 are automatic, and that is Barbosa, the other Wingate runner. He was 3rd in this event last year. He must know what his pace time is, because he's comfortably running in 5th place right now, while only 4 will automatically advance. Max Ronenberger of the Colorado School of Mines is currently 2nd. Owen Westerkamp from Grand Valley. And hanging in there, that's Luke Gaddis from Lee. Took on a tumble before, almost took another one, so he's got some separation to be in the top 4. But he's got to be careful going over these final 2 barriers. He has been stumbling. He's through the water jump. Barbosa is the one who is in 5th spot now and has lost touch. So he must know what the qualifying time is from the first heat. Maybe well of there of that. Here comes our leaders. Comfortably, 1, 2, 3, 4 are going to be across the finish line. Barbosa is looking around behind him. The time they've got to beat is 9:14.66. And it looks like Barbosa knew well where he was. He only had to beat 9:28. So here are the times. Top 4, 9:13. Yes, Barbosa, 9:17. He knew exactly where he was. He was going to be safe. And you can see the times there. Barbosa, 9:17. Shaw, 9:18. They are both going to be safely in. Borse is going to run 9:21, and that is going to leave him outside looking in. Our final 4 qualifiers by time are going to be Aitken and Barbosa from Wingate, Shaw of Mines, and Richie Johnson of Hillsdale. He's going to squeak into the finals running 9:20.31. Again, the finals for this event will be just about 24 hours from now. The men's 3,000 meter steeplechase. So that's going to take us through the preliminary events. We got 1 more prelims coming up in the 400 meter hurdle.
Bell of St. Augustine set back in this championship in 2017. We will go to your lane assignments here in Heat 1 of the women's 400 meter hurdles. We'll start with lane 2.
And welcome back to the 2025 NCAA Division II Track and Field National Championships. We're in Pueblo, Colorado at the Thunder Bowl on the campus of CSU Pueblo. You can see that the hurdles are now set on the track for the 400 meter hurdles preliminaries. We'll have 3 heats of our women's 400 meter hurdles, followed by the men's 400 meter hurdles, and that'll be our last preliminary of the evening. After that, we will move to our 10,000 meter finals. But we've just watched the steeplechase qualifying, so we go from the barriers that don't move to the ones that will give with a little push. The 400-meter hurdles, one lap around the track with 10 flights of hurdles. We'll start with the women before we move into the men. Looks like the women are just now setting their blocks. Got to go around and make sure all the hurdles are at the right height, and you can see our hurdle crews doing that at the moment. There's the lineup for our first heat. We are scheduled to see Chevenet Thomas of Lincoln there on the inside in lane number 2. We'll have Odisha Nanton of Lincoln. Her teammate will be in 3. Victoria Amiadaman of Adams State in 4. Ebosolulu Omofoma from Biola will be in 5. She is returning as a freshman to the state of Colorado, where she was a standout high school athlete in the Colorado Springs area. That is lane 5, Ebosolulu Omofoma. In lane 6, Rasha Bedrani of San Marcos. Lane 7, Lisa Retaliu of Harding. And in lane 8, Hoyan Esper of Wingate. And you can see that they are not quite ready for the hurdles to start. Still allowing the athletes to get comfortable in the blocks, get their runouts. You see the white flags start to go up around the track as we get on these hurdles. Again, making sure all 10 flights are set at the right height and in the right location. Fastest qualifying time out of this heat, keep your eye on Bedrani out of lane 6, the junior from San Marcos, has run 47.79. We are looking at the long jump, the men's long jump competition just finishing a few minutes ago. Up at the top of the podium is going to be Alex Meyer, a sophomore from Indianapolis. He jumps 25 feet 3 1/4 inch today. That's 7 meters 70. It is barely enough to win. He's going to beat Joseph Oreva of West Texas by just less than 1 inch. 2 centimeters separating the top two at the top, but it is going to go to the sophomore over the senior. So congratulations to Alex Meyer of Indianapolis. And that will take us back now to the start of the 400-meter hurdles. Again, from the inside out here, Thomas, Nanton, Amiadaman, Omofoma, Bedrani, Retaliu, and Esper. Gun is up, first of 3 heats in our women's 400-meter hurdles. And looking at the flags, it does not look like the wind has diminished at all. Still be a crosswind on the straightaways coming from south and east in a northwesterly wind. The start is clear.
We're watching touchdowns here after determine who is the
and from Adams State, it looks like our early leader is going to be Amiadaman from Adams State. But the athletes like to get around that first curve and run the straightaway. It's not till the second 200 meters in this race that you really figure out who has the strength. You can see the athletes start to pick it up as they come off the curve. And there we lose one runner, goes down, and that's Adams State. So she falls and she is not getting up, so she is out of the race. Coming down the finish here, this is Rasha Bedrani. We said to keep an eye on her from San Marcos. She had the fastest qualifying time. Omofoma is going to finish second. So that is a nice run for her to come back. Ebosolulu Omofoma again, the high school standout in Colorado, multiple-time state champion. She is off to Biola as a freshman and gets to come home to her home state to run in the national championships, and she will advance to the finals. Top two are automatically in, so Bedrani will run 58.68, Amofama will run 59.03, and the next three will be on the bubble. So the Lincoln duo of Thomas and Nanton sitting on the bubble at 60 flat point, 34 and 36. But there we look at our winner of that first heat, Rasha Bedrani, the junior from San Marcos.
Here is heat 2 of 3 in the prelims of the women's 400-meter hurdles. Your lane assignments are as follows. In 2, the junior from Emporia.
And they are taking her to the white tent there, so not sure what that conversation is about, but nonetheless, we'll get ready for heat number 2 on the track. We are going to see Abigail Reed of Emporia State in 2, Destiny Dorkins of Grand Valley State in 3, Andrea Aponte of Puerto Rico Mayagu in 4, Kylie Ray of Findlay in 5, Asana Hamidou of West Texas in 6, Allison Comer of the Colorado School of Mines in 7, Isabel Flores of Belmont Abbey, the senior, will be in lane 8, and in lane 9 on the outside, the junior from Angelo State, Shaquilia Green. So if we were looking at Rasha Bedrani after that last race, that looked like one of those random spike checks. She headed over the white tent, she had a spike off, and now has gotten her spikes back and looks to be clean. Second heat of the 400-meter hurdles on the track. Also looking back at that 3,000-meter steeplechase for the men, and the official results still looking clean with no disqualification. So whatever that yellow flag had been may have been discussed and taken care of. Just remember, a yellow flag does not mean a disqualification. It just means a conversation about a disqualification. But we're here to the 400-meter hurdles, second heat. Reed, Dorkins, Aponte, Ray, Hamidou, Comer, Flores, and Green. And as they head down the back stretch, that is Kylie Ray of Findlay in the middle of the track, looking very strong. She's already made up 2 staggers, and you can see her touchdown foot is first on the ground. The top 2 are automatically in, and Ray of Findlay looking very good there in the middle of the track. On the outside, Isabel Flores of Belmont Abbey, but now she is being passed. But she comes back down the stretch. Lane 2 from Emporia, Abigail Reed making a move. Kylie Ray, though, she's going to win the heat. So she's going to run 59.03. Flores is going to be 1 minute .02. Hamidou's going to be 1 flat 09. Abigail Reed from Emporia State, she was coming at the end, but she's going to finish 4th at 1 flat 14. So she was 4th in that heat at 1 flat 14, but she's going to be on the bubble. So our 3 fastest thirds will be advancing, and currently that bubble time is 1 flat 14, Abigail Reed, and the duo from Lincoln are out.
for Wayne State in Detroit. That is the 300 runner-up here. First-time qualifier, that is Kenesha Thomas in 4.
So we're going to move on to heat number 3 now, getting ready on the track. And in our 400-meter hurdles, heat number 3, we're going to have Haley Brenny of Seton Hill in 2, Kenesha Thomas of Wayne State in 3, Nathalia Rowe of Albany State in 4, Brianna Green of Fresno Pacific in 5. Her teammate Avril Mendoza will be in 6. Mila Real of Stanislaus State will be in 7. And Morgan Hertz from UMary, she'll be on the outside in lane 8. The top 2 automatically advance, plus the next 3 fastest times. And our bubble time right now is a minute flat .14. The finals for the 400-meter hurdles, of course, not until Saturday evening. The women are scheduled to run at 7:25 on Saturday, with the men at 7:35. And again here, still a little windy, but a beautiful night in Pueblo, Colorado. Some of the sprinters may feel a little chilly in this wind, but I tell you what, our 10,000 meter runners who are getting ready to run next will appreciate the cool, crisp Colorado air as they make their way around the track for the 10,000 meter finals. In the blocks now, though, this is the 3rd heat of the women's 400 meter hurdles. Brenny, Thomas, Rowe, Green, Mendoza, Real, and Hertz. And a clean start in this 3rd and final heat of the women's 400 meter hurdles. And all even as they head down the back stretch. You always look for the lead leg, which lead leg touches down first, and that might have been on the inside. Haley Brenny of Seton Hill. But they get to that 200 meter mark, and then they decide, okay, I'm either going to go, but not a lot of separation yet as they come off the top of the curve. Lane 5 there, you see Brianna Green of Fresno Pacific. The senior will be first off the curve. And now she is just strengthening, legging it out down the home stretch. She is going to win this heat easily. So no doubt about that for the senior from Fresno Pacific, Brianna Green. Her teammate is going to be back in the pack. We'll see what happens. Mila Real of Stanislaus State, she's going to run 59.71. And the freshman from Fresno Pacific, Avril Mendoza, she's going to run 59.74, and that is going to be good enough to get her into the finals. So the 3 athletes, the 3 best thirds who will advance will be Retalio of Harding, Mendoza of Fresno Pacific, and Nathalia Rowe of Albany State. She's going to get in at a minute flat .06. That will be our last automatic qualifier. And then there were 3. Just 3 events remaining this evening. We'll have the final or the preliminaries in the men's 400 meter hurdles. You can see in the background the first heat is setting their blocks. We'll have the women's 10,000 meter run. That's scheduled for an 8:10 local start, so that's about 15 minutes from now. Then we'll have the men's 10,000. That is scheduled for just under an hour from now at an 8:50 local mountain time start. And you can see on the track there, the men setting their blocks. The hurdles do come up, higher height for the men. In the 10,000 meters this evening, those will be biggest events. 22 women are scheduled in the finals of the 10,000 meters, 22 men. So that'll give us some time to talk about those athletes as they run 25 laps around the track. 10,000 meters. It's not for everybody running in circles. A lot of those cross-country runners will choose to do road racing as they get older. But 25 laps around the track has become the standard opening evening event for many of our track meets across the country. Many of those athletes will come back on Saturday and run the 5,000 meters, which is our penultimate event on the track. We all love that the 4x400 meter relays traditionally close out not only the national championships, but also the majority of track meets. Everybody wants to either run or support the 4x4. As we get ready now for the men, this is the men's 4x400 meter hurdles. We're going to see Jennison Smith of Oklahoma Baptist in lane 2, Clinton Laguerre of Lincoln in 3, Ashton Turner of University Texas Tyler, he'll be in lane 4. Shareem Hamilton of Lincoln will be in 5, Maurice Woodring of Western Washington in 6, Alessio Somakal of Cal Poly Pomona in 7, and Joshua Widows of Biola, he will be in lane 8. Shareem Hamilton of Lincoln, he's in lane 5 in this first heat. He's our top returner. He was the bronze medalist in this event last year, running 50.65. He's run 50.91 this season. Also keeping an eye on Josh Marlin of the Academy of Arts and Javon Riley of Claflin. The three of them were 3rd, 5th, and 6th last year. Our other medalists in the 400 meter hurdles either graduated or moved on. So first heat's ready. They're in their blocks. Keeping an eye on lane 5, Shareem Hamilton, the senior from Lincoln. And a clean start to this first heat of the men's 400 meter hurdles. And as we reach the midway point in this race, that is Shareem Hamilton of Lincoln making his move in the middle of the track. His teammate's back there in lane 3, Clinton Laguerre, so he can see his teammate out there and try and follow him around the curve and also advance. The top two are in, so Lincoln, their women were disappointed they did not get in, but it looks like the two Lincoln runners with an opportunity here in this first heat of the men, and they are clear of all hurdles. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Hamilton is going to win the heat. Laguerre is going to be either 3rd or 4th, because that is Alessio Somakal of Cal Poly Pomona, who sneaks in and gets the second qualifying mark at 50.88. Laguerre was 3rd, 50.92. Woodring from Western Washington is going to run sub 51 as well. And as we see those times populate, we remember that the top 2 teams will automatically advance. The next 3 will be on the bubble. So that was first heat on the track. 53 flat from Turner from UT Tyler. He'll be sweating it out now for the next 2 heats on the track. In the men's second heat of our 400 meter hurdles, we're going to have Jonathan Biffle of Fresno Pacific. The freshman will be in 1. Josh Marlin of the Academy of Arts in 3. Mohammed Adoini of Johnson C. Smith will be in lane 4. He has the fastest qualifying time in this heat at 50.81. Troy White from West Texas A&M will be in 5. Robin Black of the Academy of Arts will be in 6. Ian Morris of Alabama Huntsville in 7. And Niquane Henry from Chadron State, he'll be on the outside in lane 8. So there you see the lineup for heat number 2. And again, the bubble times 50.92 and 50.95. That third bubble time is 53. Ashton Turner sitting on the inside looking out. We'll see if he can last through 2 more heats. The fastest qualifying time overall this season is going to be 50.61. And that was Somakal of Cal Poly Pomona. He advances automatically by finishing second in that first heat. Again, you got to run hard to be in the top 2, obviously, to win your heat or finish second. You don't really have the ability to jockey for a lane preference. Most of the hurdlers would prefer to be more on the outside so that the curves are not as tight as they go over the hurdles. Obviously, the premium spots are always lanes 4 and 5 or 5 and 4, depending on the number of lanes in the track. And that's where you'll end up being if you are the fastest qualifier and your heat winner. But here we go with heat number 2. From the inside out, Biffle, Marlin, Adwoini, White, Black, Morris, and Henry. And a clean start in the second heat. And you can see Black of the Academy of Art out very quickly. He has covered up the first stagger, and actually it looks like lane 7 now is dropping out. That's Ian Morris of Alabama Huntsville. He has stopped on the track, so something not right with him. So it's tough to tell the stagger now, but on the outside we have Niquane Henry of Chadron. He's in 8, 7 dropped out, so it's tough to tell, but as they come down the home stretch for the first time, he is going to maintain his lead. So Henry is leading, Black is running second. Keep your eye on Mohamed Adwoini. And that is going to be lane 6. That is going to be Robin Black of the Academy of Art. So he shot out of the blocks and had the early lead. And he is going to hold on and win in 50.96. Mohamed Adwoini, the freshman from Johnson C. Smith, is going to also take the 51.10 second place. So he is automatically into the finals. Laguerre and Woodring are going to hang on with their sub 51s. They'll still be on the bubble, but a little bit safer. Josh Marlin there, he was in 3rd in that last heat. He's at 51.47, so that is going to put him in that 3rd bubble position and the most precarious spot on the track right now, 51.47. That'll be the time to beat as we go now to heat number 3. Heat number 3, Jeremiah Alabay of Morehouse will be in 2. Cole Dauberstein of South Dakota in 3. Sean Dixon of Oklahoma Baptist in 4. Sean Jarrett II of Tuskegee will be in 5. Trent Lauderdale of Stanislaus State will be in 6. Javion Riley of Claflin in 7. Oliver Olish of Mississippi College in 8. And Jadarius Pig of Missouri Southern, he'll be in lane 9. So this again will be the final heat of our men's 400-meter hurdles. The steeplechase, the women's steeplechase, is scheduled to begin at 8:10 local time. So we are going to be just about right on schedule. So if you are a 10,000 meter fan, you can prepare yourself. We'll have one more heat of these 400 hurdles, and then it'll be the women's 10,000 meters on the track. Our favorite in that 10,000 meters, Brianna Robles of Adams State. She has run 32:50 this year, which is 32 seconds faster than the next fastest athlete. Of course, Robles training at altitude at Adams State, but most of these athletes set these qualifying times in California. So you have to do it on the day against everybody else in the same weather. We'll see how that goes. Men's 400 meter hurdles, though, ready for our final heat. Alabay, Dauberstein, Dixon, Jarrett, Lauderdale, Riley, Olish, and Pig. And a clean start in this final heat of the 400 meter hurdles. Again, trying to advance to a Saturday final. And again, on the outside, if you're looking at that lead leg, the outside coming down, Jadarius Pig of Missouri Southern, but as the stagger catches up to him a little bit on this north curve, he's going to have a shot, though. But we'll see who's got the strongest 100 meters left in them. And it looks like lane 4, Sean Dixon of Oklahoma Baptist. He is going to win the heat, so he's in. Dixon will run 50.14. Javon Riley of Claflin, 50.37. Lauderdale's going to be third at 50.45. And that time's going to be the third fastest time overall. So this third and final heat, easily the fastest. And that is going to bump our automatic qualifier out of the finals. So our final time qualifiers are going to be Laguerre and Woodling from the first heat, 50-90, or second heat, 50-92 and 50-95. They're going to hang in there and make the finals. 51-10 you had to run to make the finals in our 400 meter hurdles. And there you see, it's time to take the hurdles off the track. We're going to do the 10,000 meters for women. That is coming up momentarily. Just got to make sure that all the hurdles are off the track. Our 10,000 meter runners are not quite out here yet. So they are in the clerk's tent getting their final bib numbers. So once again, we're ready for the 10,000 meters. The athletes are still not out of the clerk. And welcome back to the 2025 NCAA Division II Men's and Women's Outdoor Track and Field Championships. We are in Pueblo, Colorado, and you can see the sun is setting. Just over those trees in the distance, you can see the Rocky Mountains, just about 20 miles away from Pueblo, Colorado, the campus of CSU Pueblo and the Thunder Bowl, the site of this year's national championships. We're down to our final two events of the evening. We're just waiting for the athletes in the women's 10,000 meters to come out of the clerk's tent. This is going to be one of the larger fields of the weekend. There are 22 athletes scheduled to compete in both of these races, and maybe that taking just a little bit longer to get all their hip numbers handed out. That will give us an opportunity to remind everyone that this will be a championship event, the women's 10,000 meters, followed by the men's 10,000 meters. We have our defending champion in the men's 10K on the track, so we'll see the difference between running in Emporia, Kansas, and running in Pueblo, Colorado, where you have an altitude adjustment to make. You jump up from 1,142 feet, or 348 meters. Pueblo is 1,430 meters, or 4,690 feet. So we are definitely at altitude here. The sprinters love it. The sprinters had the wind and the altitude today, and we saw some very fast times in the preliminaries. These distance runners not necessarily going to like the altitude so much. They love to train in it, but they don't necessarily love to run in it. So we'll see the difference there. Our defending champion on the women's 10,000 meters has moved on, but we do have our silver and bronze medalists from last year. In Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific and Brianna Robles from Adams State. The fastest qualifying time so far this year, Robles, and it is roughly 44 seconds faster than the second fastest time, or correction, 32. She's 44 seconds faster than Esvelt, our second fastest qualifying time. Another RMAC runner from just up the road in Colorado Springs, it's Anna Fauski from UCCS. She's run 33:22, so 32 seconds. Robles has a faster time. Again, still no sight of our runners coming out of the clerk's tent. So as we wait for them to come out and get their first runoffs, we will And we are back in Pueblo, Colorado, still waiting for the women's 10,000 meter runners to come out of the clerk's tent. No reasoning why, but the weather is beautiful here, and you can see a lot of the spectators still comfortably sitting around the track, hoping to cheer on their 10,000 meter runners. We are scheduled for 22 athletes in both, or in each of the men's and the women's 10,000 meters. And all we can assume is that with that many runners, just making sure they all have their correct hip numbers on. The cones are all set up for the start of the race, but still no sign of our athletes coming out there. You can see the sun has gone down. It's not completely dark yet. The mountains in the distance do make sunsets here in southern Colorado come just a little bit earlier, but it's been a beautiful day. Highs in the upper 70s today despite some wind. What you see there is our, off to the right, our clerk's tent. And you see the athletes mingling around, most of them feeling very relieved that their event's over. And that looks like we are just about ready. Here they come. No official introductions over the loudspeaker and celebratory runs to the track, but there are the women, 22 of them, getting ready to run this 10,000 meters. They'll get their run down and run outs down our home straightaway here. And of course, they love the weather here with the sun down. Slight breeze now in the air, definitely not quite as windy as it had been earlier as we get ready for this 10,000 meters in Colorado. Our temperature has dropped to 71 degrees, so that is going to feel great for these athletes. big field. We've got enough time to go through the field as they are getting their run-throughs and getting situated. We are scheduled to see Jenna Ramsey-Rutledge from the Colorado School of Mines, Hannah Gibson and Paige Mullen from Pitt State, Madeline Reeves from Point Loma, Allison Kuzma from Hillsdale, Anna Patricia Campos from Lee, Elise Laville from West Texas A&M, Nayla Allen from Lewis, Emily Dirks from Fort Hays State, Maddie Miller from Illinois Springfield, Reagan Justice from Wayne State, Madison Clay from Catawba, Sophia Strange from Oklahoma Baptist, Anastasia Tucker and Abby Vanderkoy from Grand Valley State, Hannah Smrka from Lewis, Naomi Adu from West Texas A&M, Irish Molina from Chico State, Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific, Della Molina from Chico State, Brianna Robles from Adams State, and Anna Fauski from UCCS. There is the field. 22 athletes competing in this final women's event of the day, the finals in our 10,000 meters. Again, Esvelt was second last year. So the now senior from Seattle Pacific, she ran 34:18 to win this at Emporia State. Robles was the early leader in that race, but passed twice towards the end of that race and finishing in bronze. She ran 34:22. So she has been on a mission this year. She's taken a lot of time off that. She's run 32:50. She's got the fastest time by 32 seconds. Anna Fauski of UCCS. And then Esvelt has also run fast this year, 33:34. So sit back, settle in. For the next 32 minutes or so, we will have the women's 10,000 meters as our alleys come together on the backside and quickly into the lead, whether she likes it or not. That is going to be Chico State taking the lead. Della Molina found herself out there in the lead as the break came to fruition, but she has held it up for the second part of our first lap around the track, and that is going to be her leading them through the first of 25 laps, just about 86, 87 on the clock. So 24 more laps now to go for our leaders. And again, we're going to keep an eye on the green, the fluorescent green there at the front. That's Brianna Robles. She is the athlete most hungry for a gold medal. She's had many podium finishes for Adams State. Still maybe looking for that elusive gold. Looks like they're talking out there, chatting, those front three, smiling and laughing as they head out on this pace. And you always love to see that. Good competition. They know that 25 laps is a long way, and no one movement here early is going to make a difference. They're happy we're not in Texas or somewhere where the temperature would be a lot higher. Traditionally, that's why the NCAA championships begin in the later afternoon and evening, especially these 10Ks generally run at night when the temperature is cooler. And it's good to see everybody out there together. Nobody making an early breakaway and nobody falling off the back. So everybody hopefully looking healthy and able to finish this 10,000 meters. They are going to come through their first 800 under 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes, about 2:58, 2:59 for the first 800 meters on the track.
On Saturday, just yet.
If we take a look at our indoor results, obviously there's not a 10,000 indoors. That would just be too many laps. But if we look at the 5,000 meters indoors, our top finishers are not running in this. The top three are not entered here in our 10,000 meters. So Anna Fauski, the senior from UCCS, she was fourth place in the 5,000 meters. She ran 16:15 in Indianapolis in March. Hannah Smirker of Lewis was fifth. Esfalt, Annika Esfalt, she was seventh from Seattle Pacific, running 16:20. Robles did not run the 5,000 indoors this year. Emily Scholkoff of Adams State, you saw her dominate her heat of the steeplechase, which is 3,000 meters outside. She was eighth place in our women's 5,000. This is Robles now, who has gone to the lead. And again, she is the athlete with the bullseye on her back. She's got the fastest time this year, 32:50.18. And you just feel like when you watch Robles run, she's always among the favorites and just seems to do all the work during the race and then just fall short at the end. So her teammates and coaches and fans from Adams State hoping that maybe this will be the magic 10,000 and she can bring home a gold. Adams State always in contention in our team competition. And picking up 10 points in the 10,000 meters would never not be a good thing. $5.50 roughly for the first mile, just around $5.50. So they have settled into a faster pace. Their first 400 was about 87, then they ran a 91, then they ran a 88 and dropped down to 82. So the pace has actually picked up, and maybe the field has spread out a little bit through the first 1600. Again, this race is never really won at any one point in the race. You don't go out and get a big lead and hold on, and you don't really hang back and try and sprint towards the end. It's a little bit of everything here. You got to do some challenging. You got to make the athletes around you run uncomfortable. You try to speed up and slow down and change the pace. Good athletes, with or without a little help from their coaches on the sideline, will tell them whether they need to accelerate or slow down. But you've got a veteran out front, Brianna Robles from Adams State. She's going to be the one who seems to be setting the pace. Behind her, Jenna Ramsey Rutledge of the Colorado School of Mines. Familiar opponent, as she is also from the Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference. So she knows Robles well. So she will at some point decide whether she needs to pass her and try and increase the pace or just stay with her for as long as she can on the track. And what the goals are. Annika Esfelt of Seattle Pacific, she is also up there. She is on the outside there in the maroon over black, taller than the other two runners. The senior from Seattle Pacific. And you can see the field spreading out a little bit now. You still have a few runners running side by side, but as our leaders coming through just about 83, 84 seconds. So they've settled into a relatively consistent pace. And the runners at the back not able to maybe carry on that pace the entire way round. So Robles, Esvelt, and Ramsey Rutledge. And Della Molina of Chico State, since she was up there at the beginning, we will say those four have decided what the pace is going to be. And Afowski of UCCS is currently in that 5th position, so you've got the favorites all out there at the front at the moment. No surprises in this 10,000 meters. Nobody has said, today's my day, I'm going to go for it. Hannah Smirka from Lewis, the senior, is currently in 6th place on the track. So it's safe to say our favorites are setting the pace and comfortably running what they want to run for this race. So we'll see who makes the first move. They're through 2,800 on the track, so as they make their way around this south curve and head down the back stretch, they are approaching the 3,000 meter mark. And that last 400, they slowed a little bit again, down to 88, so they're going to hit the 3,000 meter mark on the track, just about 1040 for 3,000 meters, 1042. A nice little cool breeze for the runners on the track. The flag's not blowing quite as strongly as before. And they're getting the crosswind really as they run down the straightaways. So the only time the wind somewhat in their face will be around this south curve that they are approaching. That's the only time they'll kind of feel the wind in their face. It'll be blowing across the side and behind them for the other 3/4 of the track. A very interesting pacing here. So the fastest lap they've done on the track was 82, and they've done that twice. The slowest, they've run 91 and 87. So anything but consistent at the front, and sometimes shuffling the pace is what you see the distance racers do, so that just to test everybody's legs. Sometimes it's easier to get in a routine, and if you speed that up and slow it down, you run a little bit out. But you see a very big pack there still together. 4, you might say 4 have fallen off the back. So that would leave us with 18 runners in that first group. But you do see a few more falling off the back. So it's probably what the strategy our leaders wanted to do. They'll get to the halfway point and then maybe decide whether they want to pick it up or not. No change, though, at the beginning. Robles, Esvelt, Ramsey Rutledge, Molina, Smirker, and Foskey. We would say those were the favorites coming in, and they are the leaders as we hit the 3,600 meter mark. Again, the men are to follow. So if the 10,000 meters is your thing, this is where you want to be, watching the 10,000 meter final in the NCAA Division II National Championships from Pueblo, Colorado. Brianna Robles from Adams State, located in Alamosa, Colorado, a couple hours to the south and to the west, training at altitude, one of the 2 Colorado schools with a history of success on the track in the distance races. Adams State and Western Colorado, two of the high altitude facilities, getting to train there every day and come down in competition. And as they get to our start finish line, this is going to be 4,000 meters. And no change at the front. 4,000 meters in, 14:17 on the clock for the 4,000 meter mark. And about 85 seconds. So it may feel like the pace has picked up, but they're basically maintaining. So some runners at the back of the pack unable to maintain this pace of about 85 seconds after 4,000 meters. So getting closer to the midway point. But our front five continuing to be our favorites on the track. And we're down to about 16 there, as a few more fall off the back. And if you're back in the pack, you know you may not be running to win this race. You may be running for a podium finish or a personal best. There's consistency at the front, so you can kind of forecast what they are going to run. So those runners who are in that 6 to 16 spot right now, they're hanging on in the front. They're definitely know what the pace is, so they're deciding in their minds, do they feel good? Do they want to go for it? Are they going to try and run their best time? Or do they need to take a little off the gas, fall back so they can finish strong? Down the back stretch, it's still Brianna Robles from Adams State. She's wearing hip number 21. She's in the green. You've got Annika Esvelt from Seattle Pacific in the maroon on black. You've got Jenna Ramsey Rutledge from the Colorado School of Mines. And you've got Allison Kuzma of Hillsdale. You've got Hannah Smirka from Lewis. And if there is anybody who has dropped back, that would be a surprise. That would be Anna Fauski of the UCCS. She had the third fastest qualifying time, and she has dropped off the pace a little bit. And it has picked up. They've run 85, 84, 83, 83. So just a little bit faster for our leaders. And Fauski is still there. She's in 8th place now overall, so still within striking distance. Any of these athletes wanting a top podium spot, they've got to stay close enough so that when somebody does go, they can go with them. But this is the 5,000 meter mark. It looks like they are at the halfway point, just about 17:45. 17:45. So they are not going to run sea level times today to qualify. Most of them not concerned so much about the actual time they run today. This is the national championships, and it's all about crossing that finish line first and getting yourself a gold medal. Maybe 10 now still at the front as another 2 fall off the pace just a little bit. And they'll have 12 laps remaining. And you can see the track still lined by most of the teammates and families of these 22 women on the track. We'll have another 22 men coming up afterwards. But this is one of the fun parts about the sport of track and field. Teammates definitely sticking around to cheer on their own teammates, competitors. As we look around the track here, they're on the north curve. You've got some teams together with specific cheers, some small groups, some large groups, some parents, coaches, teammates, and some just track fans out here cheering on this squad. Still have 10 in this first group that you see. Robles and Esvelt pretty much controlling this pace. Not that anybody is challenging, but they are comfortable running their pace. The last 3 laps have all been 83. And as they come through, that's 84, so relative consistency. If one slows down, they all slow down by a second. If one speeds up, they all speed up. It looks like there are 4 there at the front, but those 6 behind them, all within striking distance. You have the 2 from Chico State, Della Molina and Irish Molina, so the sisters from Chico State hanging in there. They're in 6th and 7th place right now. That is Sophia Strange from Oklahoma Baptist leading that second group, so she's in 5th place. And just behind the Molinas, you've got Fauski, Paige Mullen of Pitt State, and Naomi Adu of West Texas A&M. So as we do think a little bit more about the team standings, we know that Adams State's always in contention, but then we drop down to those 9-10 spots, not scoring points right now, but you've got Pittsburgh State has 1 and West Texas A&M has 1, both within striking distance. If either one of those 2 women can move up a few spots and collect some points, that could be very valuable as we move towards the finals. But we've got a breakaway, basically, the front 4. We're going to say 83 for the front 4. They all run 83. That's where we've had the break. 85 and 86 and 87 for the next group on the track. So 4 have decided they have it. And we're in the second half of this race. And Robles, Esvelt, Ramsey Rutledge, and Kuzma, Allison Kuzma, the freshman from Hillsdale, she is out there running with 3 very experienced seniors. So whether the seniors know they have a freshman tagging along, they don't know much to expect. So Allison Kuzma, the freshman from Hillsdale, kind of a wild card here. She's hanging with the 3 seniors from Adams State, Seattle Pacific, and the Colorado School of Mines. And if the pace increases, it's Robles, it is Ramsey Rutledge, and it is Esvelt who has fallen off the back. The freshman, Allison Kuzma, she's gone with them. It's a key moment here for Annika Esvelt, the senior from Seattle Pacific. The pace has increased 81 seconds on that last lap, and that might be too much for Esvelt. She has dropped off. We'll see if she can get contact again, but we are down to 3, and it's Robles, Ramsey Rutledge, and Kuzma. And as you look at those 3 on the track, all 3 with very strong strides. Robles never falters in her stride. Ramsey, Rutledge, and Kuzma still like they are running well. You can see Esvelt. She is trying to get back with the group. If they slow down, she may very well get back with them, but those legs turning over very well at the beginning. Robles has cranked it up a little bit. Ramsey Rutledge, very familiar with Robles. She is there. And Allison Kuzman has just stayed with them, the freshman. She does not look stressed at all. They are through 6,800 now on the track. So just 8 laps to go. They've got a 3,200 to run. They slowed down a little bit to 83. The seniors, they've been running metric for a while. If Kuzma, the freshman from Hillsdale, coming from the high school rank, she may have been running 3,200 meter runs. And you would like to think that if you are experienced 3,200 meter runner in high school now, this is the most important 3,200 meters of her collegiate career, the end of this 10,000 meters. But all three look strong up front. They've lost Esvelt. She's in no man's land now. The pack is coming for her. There's a group behind Kuzma and Esvelt with Paige Mullen, Sophia Strange, the Molinas from Chico State, Adu and Smirka. And now we finally get to see some runners lapped on the track, so we'll try and clear up any confusion as we do have lapped runners on the track. But we have 7 laps to go for our 3 leaders. And after an 81-second quarter, they drop back down to 83 and another 83 to follow. So they sped up. They lost Esvelt off the back, and the 3 of them continue. Will they be gold, silver, and bronze? Or is there another comeback? There you see Esvelt. And there you see the feet and the legs of that chase pack. They are running 125, so they are running 2 seconds slower each lap. So our front 3 continuing to stretch this lead. And just over 6 laps to go. And a very entertaining race here. Robles, Ramsey Rutledge, and Kuzma, they have managed to run together and continue to pull away now. Annika Esvelt, the senior from Seattle Pacific, she's fallen off their pace, but she's stayed clearly in 4th place. She's running a little bit slower with each lap, but she still has quite a lead over our chase pack. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runners running behind her. Smirka, Mullen, Molina, and Adu. They are working together. They're trading leads as they are down the back stretch now. So they're working on catching Esvelt, but they're running 86s while at the front we're running 82s. Robles, Ramsey Rutledge, and Kuzma is still there. Five laps to go now for our 3 leaders on the track. The 2 seniors and the freshman. And that last lap was their 2nd fastest lap. Our leaders declining water on the backstretch. No time for water and refreshment. They are on a mission now. Just over 1 mile remaining as they come off the north curve and down our home stretch. They will have just 4 laps remaining. And still no sign of breaking the freshman. Robles, Ramsey Rutledge, and Kuzma. 4 laps to go. With their last lap, they've run 82, 81, and that last lap is going to bring them through and this may be a moment on the back stretch. Allison Kuzma, the freshman, has lost a step. 3 consecutive 81s, 400s, and we'll see if she can hang with them. 3.5 laps to go. Robles, Ramsey Rutledge, they're used to training at altitude. Adams State and the Colorado School of Mines. Allison Kuzma, she's still there, the freshman from Hillsdale. This may be her first time running at altitude. She's got to see if she can hang on for 3.5 more laps. She's lost touch. And this may be it for the freshman. We'll see if she can hang on and finish third. We are down to 2 with 3 laps to go. Brianna Robles, she's been in this position before. She has led this race, and only to be passed at the end and settle for less than gold. Jenna Ramsey Rutledge from the Colorado School of Mines, their team, their conference mates. So they run against each other frequently. They know each other. They know what they've got. Remember, at the beginning of this race, they were smiling and laughing as they were talking. Who knew that it would be just these two at the end? Robles has done all the work so far. Ramsey Rutledge has just sat on her shoulder. She actually looks like she's running a little shorter there. Robles running in the middle of the lane. Ramsey Rutledge running tight on the curve, actually running a little bit less. She's in no hurry to pass Robles. And they've got just over 800 meters to go. 2 laps. They've run 9,200 meters, and there are 2 left running, not side by side, one in front of the other. Less than 2 laps to go. The cat and mouse games begin. Ramsey Rutledge has been running off the shoulder for 23 laps. She knows in her mind if she's going to stay behind or if she's going to go. And there she goes. There goes Ramsey Rutledge. 600 meters to go. She's been behind this whole time, letting Robles do the work. Robles has been here before, but can she respond? Jenna Ramsey Rutledge, now your leader. And she looks very strong. 500 meters to go. Robles may have found another gear. Here we go, 1 lap. Robles was not shaken. Ramsey Rutledge made her move. She did not shake Robles. Robles has been here before, and this is the first time we've seen her respond. Now, can she do it down the back stretch? Brianna Robles. A 17-time All-American. She has now taken a commanding lead under 200 meters. If you've watched this race here at the D2 Championships, you've seen her lead so many times only to be passed. It happened again, but she has responded. Here comes Brianna Robles from Adams State. She is running faster than she has the entire race. Look at this. Brianna Robles is going to steamroll her way to a national championship, and you are going to see a big smile on this face when she crosses the line and she knows that she has finally won the national championship in this 10,000 meters. Jenna Ramsey Rutledge, nothing to be ashamed about. She went for it. Robles responded. Ramsey Rutledge will be silver. And here comes the freshman, Allison Kuzma. She has debuted at the national championships in a fantastic way. She will capture bronze. We mentioned the team standings. Could Pitt State or West Texas A&M move up? Look at this. Paige Mullen from Pitt State. She's going to take 4th overall. Here come the Molinas from Chico State. They're going to be 5th and 6th overall. There was our early leaver, Annika Esvelt. She's not going to be happy, but she is going to still finish on the podium. And as the rest of our podium finishers cross the line, you see some athletes still with an additional lap to go. Here are your official times. Robles is going to run 34:35.98. So that mark there you see on the screen, this is 9:10.11. It's going to scroll back up to our leaders in just a moment. And there you see Robles, 34:35. Ramsey Rutledge will finish 10 seconds behind after that valiant effort. Kuzma's going to run 35:02. Paige Mullen, 35:20. The Molinas will run 35:27 and 35:29, with Irish beating Della. Annika Esvelt will be 7th. Adu will be 8th. And both West Texas and Pitt State will pick up points in this women's 10,000. But it'll be Mullen finishing 4th, and we'll remember that on Saturday as the Pittsburgh State women try to defend their national title. There you see all the times for the rest of the athletes. Again, running at altitude for the first time for some of these athletes, so it's not always fair to make time judgments. But when it comes down to the 10,000 meters on the day, you got to do it on the track with everybody else. And today was Brianna Robles' day. 18-time All-American now, the senior from Adams State.
They see our results on the scoreboard. Congratulations to Brianna Robles.
And on the track, you are just seeing the end of this 10,000 meters. And then there on the track, you see the results of sometimes giving it everything you can. If you've never ran at altitude and all of a sudden you are running at altitude, giving it everything you can, it's a different feeling, trying to recover just as much as running. But there you see our silver and bronze medalists, and Brianna Robles smiling. She knows finally she held on. She did it in fantastic fashion. Not only was it getting past again with 2 laps to go, she responded and said, I feel it. I feel good. This looks like, again, they are taking the top finishers off the track and doing random spike checks. There's a big hug for Annika Esvelt. They were the two favorites coming in. Talking about a little bit of strategy. You hear Robles, I knew what I was doing. I felt good. So they've run against each other a lot throughout the time. You can see them. They're just doing random check spikes. Impressive there. Kneeling down, Allison Kuzma, the freshman from Hillsdale. She'll take bronze. And if you think that was fun, it's time to get ready for the men. You can see now the men getting ready at the starting line. Again, we'll have 22 men scheduled to compete in this 10,000 meters. And as they take their final runouts, our men are scheduled to include Tyler Blay of Northwest Missouri State, Zane Chalker of Charleston, Braden Strews of the Colorado School of Mines, Adrian Lagaretta from West Texas A&M, Samuel Martins from Grand Valley, Jeremiah Valet from Colorado School of Mines, Matthew Storer from Colorado Christian, Alex Durant from Wingate, Avery Janes from Augusta, Braden McLaughlin from Chico State, Aaron Aurora and Juan Rosales from Adams State, Scott Nutter from Wingate, Matthew Oglesby from Pitt State, Owet Baraki from Adams State, Logan Bokovich from the Colorado School of Mines, Antonin St. Pierre from Wingate, Dayton Brown from Adams State, Paul Knight from the Colorado School of Mines, Sam Wilhelm from Alabama Huntsville, Loic Scomperin from the Colorado School of Mines, and William Aponsa from West Texas A&M. He is our defending champion. He ran 29 flat last year to win it. He's run 27:47 this year. So we've got our defending champion. We've got our runners who finished 3rd and 5th this year from Sam Wilhelm from Alabama Huntsville and Matthew Storer from Colorado Christian. So with 1-3-5 on the track, we'll definitely have some new medalists as we get ready for this final event of day one, the men's 10,000 meters. And if the women's race was any indication, you are not going to want to go to bed just yet. You're going to stay up and you're going to watch this 10,000. They are calling the runners to the starting line. There you see the second most important people during this race. You see the lap counters. We have a lap counter for each athlete, and they are keeping track, making sure that everybody runs their full 25 laps. So getting them ready at the start. Again, the favorites are going to be Amponsa from West Texas A&M, defending champion, fastest qualifying time. You have to say he is the man to beat. You've got Loic Scomperin from the Colorado School of Mines, along with Dayton Brown from Adams State. They have run in the low 28s, and they are in their home state, if we say that gives any advantage. Sam Wilhelm from Huntsville, he was 3rd last year, so we're not going to count him out. And don't forget that the Wingate runners have become a force in middle distance running. We'll see if the 10,000 meters translates. You've got a whole bunch of Rocky Mountain Athletic Conference finalists, so they are used to running at this altitude or higher. And you can see they're just getting ready at the start, so another 25 laps. And the crowd has thinned, but they have not left. The women's 10,000 meter runners are sitting patiently at their chairs behind the award stand. So I imagine that during this men's 10K, we'll see Brianna Robles collect her championship trophy as all of our 10,000 meter women are waiting to get their awards. There's the gun. So we are off and running 25 laps, this men's 10,000 meters. Again, you see the green and green of Adams State. You've always got to watch out for the Grizzlies running towards the front. And our defending champion, of course, he will be in the maroon and gray of West Texas A&M.
So these are our top 8 women from the 10,000 meters.
Award. And you hear the cheers of the teammates, excited that, one, they are not running this 10K. Their teammates are running, so the cheers coming up from around the track. And it is Sam Wilhelm from Alabama Huntsville out front setting the pace. Awet Baraki of Adams State currently running second, and of course there's Wingate, Antonine St. Pierre also up at the front. And look at that. We've got the men running on the left, and you've got the women accepting their awards on the right. You're seeing the best 10,000 meter runners in NCAA Division II. So as Sam Wilhelm of Alabama Huntsville continues to lead them around, we'll look back and see the top finishers there. An impressive bronze medal for the freshman Allison Kuzma from Hillsdale. Jenna Ramsey Rutledge, the senior from the Colorado School of Mines, happily accepting silver. And Brianna Robles, a gold medalist from Adams State. She finally wins this women's 10,000. It is her 18th time being All-American, and a big smile up there for Robles. We'll see a lot of these ladies back here running the 5,000 meters on Saturday, but there they are. Back to the men, still Sam Wilhelm of Alabama Huntsville. The senior was third last year. He is leading the pace. Right next to him is William Amponsa from West Texas A&M. And you've got Adams State runners. So quickly the field establishing itself. And as it spreads out, always fun to see our final event of the day. All the athletes who are not running clearly happy to celebrate and support their teammates, knowing that they'll soon be on the road getting to a good meal and a comfortable bed as they continue to compete in this year's national championships. And Ponce, the senior, so he has now moved to the front and is setting the pace. You've already got 5 out there saying, we're not going to run a slow pace today. They've got the support of the fans along the outside lanes. And we've got 5 making a clear breakaway now. as they have run 4 laps around the track. And through the first 1,600 meters, just short of a mile, we're going to have Amponsa, Skamparin, Wilhelm, Baraki, and that is Antonin St. Pierre of Wingate. So they'll be our first 3 leaders through the first mile. And they have opened with 74, 74, 72, and 68. And that is why you see the break. The 5 at the front running a 68 quarter for their 4th 400-meter trip around the oval. And those 5 have established themselves as the team to beat. Leading that chase pack there, Matthew Storer of Colorado Christian, along with Adams State runners Tyler Blay, but for a while we're going to look at these front 5 and see what they can do, as the pace has definitely picked up. 68, 67 on this last 2 400s. And Amponsa, Skamparin, Wilhelm, Baraki, and St. Pierre. Avery Janes and Dayton Brown and Aaron Orer are leading the chase pack, but they ran 72 on that last lap, so they are slipping further and further behind as these front 5 have established that they are going to push the pace. You see the Adams State fans cheering their athletes along with the noisemakers coming off that north curve. And even as these 5 run by themselves, maybe another separation. Amponsa is pushing this pace. He's not relaxing. Another 67 for Amponsa and Skamparin, and those 2 have created a little bit of separation from Baraki, St. Pierre, and Wilhelm. So we'll see if the 3 come back, or if Amponsa just puts the hammer down and says, you're not going to catch me. Amponsa has run 27:47 this year, so even though we're at altitude, he may be setting the course. 29 last year to win it. He's run 1 minute and 13 seconds faster this year. And this altitude not seeming to affect him at all. But they haven't shaken the other 3 just quite yet. Antonin St. Pierre of Wingate, he's hanging tight. He of the backwards hat. And you see none of the leaders again accepting any water as they run down the back stretch. And there goes Amponsa. So he has decided with 17 laps to go that he is going to run this by himself. So the challenge is set. He's running for time, he's running for glory, but he's going to be running by himself. Loic Skamparin and St. Pierre of Wingate, they are running together now in 2nd and 3rd. And then we've got Baraki running in 4th. And you have Wilhelm running in 5th they still have big separation from the rest of the pack. So right now the rest of the field running for 6th place, but you can see they are working together, much like a peloton in cycling. We'll see if they can work together and catch that breakaway. But so far, just over 16 laps to go, William Amponsa has thrown the gauntlet down. He has taken off, not waiting for anybody. They have slowed down. St. Pere's, they've almost slowed to a jog, these 2nd and 3rd. They've let Baraki catch them. They have let Baraki just go by them like they were standing still. Now they jump in behind him. So 2, 3, and 4 are working together. They may be running for silver. Or it may be that St. Pierre and Scumperrin just said, hey, we cannot be out here by ourselves trying to stay with Amponsa. They've let Owet Baraki of Adams State catch them, and Baraki is now in 2nd place on the track. He's setting the pace. St. Pierre has gone with them. Wilhelm. And we've got a long way to go. We still have 15 laps to go, so anything can happen. But we look at Owet Baraki. He is leading that chase now with St. Pierre of Wingate. And we'll see what these last 400-meter splits were as we have approached the 4,000-meter mark on the track. So Amponsa is still pushing the pace. He run another 68.58. St. Pierre's running 71, Baraki 71, Scumperrin 73. Wilhelm's hanging tight. He ran a 72. So Amponsa is running away from everybody. We'll see what this Chase Pack peloton, they're running 72. So they're running the same pace as our 2, 3, 4, 5 runners. So they're not gaining, they're not losing anything. The only person who's making up any difference on the track is William Amponsa, and he is pushing it, and he's already about to lap a runner as he has Braden Strohs from, or correction, he's got somebody in his sights. Samuel Martins of Grand Valley State. He's fallen off the back end and is soon to be passed by Baraki. Sam Wilhelm of Alabama Huntsville has also slowed. He was in that chase group, seemed to suffer the most, as he has fallen now into 4th place. Scumperrin has fallen off the pace. So it may be Scumperrin who has suffered the most from that early pace. They tried to stay with William Amponsa, but he has flat out just been fast on the track. Nearly 100-meter lead now for Amponsa on the track, and he has no look that he is going to slow down anytime soon. St. Pierre's now realized that nobody can stay with him, so he is in 2nd place. Baraki is in 3rd. Wilhelm is in 4th. Scumperrin is in 5th, but they are all running by themselves now. So this chase pack now being led by the Adams State runners, Aaron Orar and Dayton Brown. They've got 5, 6, 7 people running together. It is always easier as they run together, so we'll see just how far they can move up in towards our final 6. This is where those lap counters are important as we start to get athletes lapped on the track. We're looking at William Amponsa, the senior from West Texas. Again, it's never too early to start thinking about the team title. West Texas A&M picked up 10 points from him last year in the 10,000. I'm sure they were counting on another 10 points this year. Pitt State does have a runner on the track. Matthew Oglesby is currently in 11th place on the track. So if he can move up and get into position where he could score a point or two, Matthew Oglesby of Pitt State, that could be a big factor. So as these athletes, you know, they may not be in the front anymore. They may not be running for gold, silver, or bronze, but every team point can count. So we'll keep an eye on Matthew Oglesby of Pitt State and see if he can move up to a podium finish and score some team points. Adams State with 3 in the top. 3 in the top 8 right now from Adams State. So the Grizzlies will pick up some major points if they can maintain this pace. Scumperrin from the Colorado School of Mines, he's dropped and is fading, so he's out of medal contention at this time. The early pace just taking too much out of him. And we have athletes all around the track now. There is no distinction between first and last as William Amponsa continues to lap runners on the track. We know we had that early 6 breakaway. 1 has been caught and passed. We still see 2, 3, and 4, but the chase pack is now moved up into 5th place overall. Amponsa now with 10 laps to go. So that puts him 6,000 meters in with 4,000 meters to go. And as we look at his last laps, Amponsa, when he did his breakaway, he was running 67, 68, 67. He slowed a little bit with the lead. He's run 70, 70, 70, and 71 on his last 400 meters. And he is extending his lead with every 400-meter trip around the oval. So at this point, you have to think that Amponsa has enough left. He is going to win this race. St. Pierre's continues to run second. He's run a 73 and a 73. Baraki of Adams State is still third. He's running 75, 76. Wilhelm 74, 74. So he's hanging in there. The chase pack is running 71 though. Bokovic, Janes, Brown, Orar, Knight, Rosales, they are running 71s, so they are closing fast on those early leaders. So staying back may pay off for anybody looking as high as 4th place. We'll see if they can move up into silver or bronze contention. Those 4 runners working very well together as they chase down. But they are 200 meters behind Amponsa as Amponsa now heads around the north curve, continuing to lap runners on the track. As we look at Amponsa, he has almost probably 160, 170 meter lead, though starting to see a little bit of strain and struggle. That's your chase pack. They are the ones that are actually running the fastest 400s on the track right now. And Ponsa, a little bit shaky as he wrapped up that last lap, so he knows he's established a big lead. And Ponsa with a 72-second last 400. St. Pierre running second also runs a 72. So for the first time, Amponsa is not pulling away. He's maintaining his lead, but he's not pulling away. St. Pierre is running second. Bokovic, Janes, Brown, Orar, and Knight all running 71-72, so they're running the same pace. So our front group all running the same pace now, so the front group is pulling away. Those early leaders, Baraki and Wilhelm, they slowed. They've fallen off that chase pace, running 75 and 77. Oglesby still sitting 12th for Pitt State, and he is not gaining. He is also falling off the pace. So Baraki is well out there. Interesting now as we have this chase pack with Bokovic from Mines, Janes from Augusta, Brown and Orar from Adams State. Add in Paul Knight of the Colorado School of Mines, and that is a chase pack. They have now caught everybody except for St. Pierre and Amponsa. And they are closing on St. Pierre. Here comes Amponsa. He is now just about half a lap ahead of the 3, 4, 5, 6 quartet. They are closing on St. Pierre. So exciting races on the track, even though our leader, William Amponsa, looks untouchable. This quartet here, with 6 laps to go, are just about a half a lap behind Amponsa. The question is, can they catch silver? And as we're watching Amponsa come off the north curve, the chase pack is coming off the south curve, and there are no more lapped runners between St. Pierre and the chase pack, and they are closing fast. And Ponsa has 5 laps to go, still cranking out 72, 71, 72 on that last 400. You're looking at Antonin St. Pierre. He's in second place, and right behind him, now just coming into your screen, that's the chase pack. That's Bokovic, Janes, Orar, and Brown. So they are closing fast on St. Pierre. And Ponce's last 400 was 72. St. Pierre's was 73. Waiting to see what our chase pack, they were 71. So the chase pack is out now, actually running faster than Amponsa. They're just a half a lap behind. But the 4 of them working very well together. So they've got just about 4 laps now to see if they can close the rest of that gap and catch silver out of this. But now we go back to William and Ponce. And he has just 3.5 laps to go. And he has picked up the pace. So he looked a little shaky there for maybe just a lap or so. The times didn't come down, but he didn't look quite as strong. But he looks like he's picked up a second wind here. He has now picked it up again. The incentive of seeing a runner in front of him and knowing that he has somebody to catch. He's not really running out there by himself. He's picking off the lapped runners. The race still on for silver. Antonin St. Pierre looking behind him. That's never a good sign when you know that 4 people are chasing you. And as he comes down the home stretch here with 3 laps to go, he knows that just behind him, this quartet of Bokovic, Brown, Orar, and Janes are coming. Athletes are literally on every part of the track at this time, whether they are on the lead lap or the second lap. And Ponce just continuing to pick off runners. The chase pack has broken up, so they know if somebody wants silver, they've got to go. They've just got a lap and a half. St. Pierre continuing to lead. They've lost one of the Adams State runners. And Ponce has 2 laps to go. Coming down the home stretch here with just over 2 laps. St. Pierre is hanging on. We've got one of the Adams State runners. And we are going to have an exciting finish. And Ponce around the north curve for the penultimate time. So he'll have 100 meters, and then he'll hear that bell lap. The chase pack has caught St. Pierre. So this is now Dayton Brown of Adams State running second on the track. So you see Brown now running second. In the baseball cap, that's Antonin St. Pierre. He's dropped to third. Avery Janes of Augusta still there. But we are on the bell lap now. Our leader is on the bell lap. This is Dayton Brown. He's not going to catch Ponce, but he is pulling away, so he feels good. St. Pierre is running third on the track. That is Avery Janes of Augusta moving up into 4th position. Logan Bokovic of the Colorado School of Mines is next, and Aaron Orar hanging on. We're getting close to the end. 200 meters to go for Ponce, though. So we're going to go ahead and concentrate on Ponce as he laps Awet Baraki, the early leader. And look at him. Look at Ponce blowing kisses to his fans. He has lapped almost everybody on the track. He feels good. He is saluting and waving to the crowd as he comes down this final home stretch. What a fantastic run for William and Ponce. He's going to run sub 29. He's going to be right at 29:30. He's let up a little at the end. He's going to be under 29:30, which is very impressive here at altitude. Here comes Adams State. Dayton Brown is going to finish second, and he had a very, very, very strong finish. So Dayton Brown is going to be second. Avery Janes of Augusta is going to finish strong. Bokovic is going to finish strong. Antonin St. Pierre, hey, he went for it. He was second the whole race. He is going to fall in the standings, so that's going to hurt any chances that Wingate may have had. Brown is going to finish 29:47, so sub 29:50 for the top two. Bokovic is going to be of bronze. He's going to be under 30 minutes. Avery Janes of Augusta is going to be 5th. So St. Pierre is he's going to hang on and get 4th. So we missed that last finish, but St. Pierre came back to get 4th. Avery Janes of Augusta will finish 5th. All 5 runners under 30 minutes. Aaron Orr of Adams State's going to be 6th at 30:10. Juan Rosales of Adams State. So the Grizzlies are going to pick up 2nd, 6th, and 7th place. Tyler Blay of Northwest Missouri, he's going to score the final points in 8th place at 30:25. So Mines will miss out on some good points. Wingate will miss out on some good points. And, of course, Pitt State's going to miss out on some points in this 10,000 meters as well. You can see at the finish line the effort that some of these athletes put out. Temperature has dropped. The sun has gone down now. We're probably in the 60s, but after being in the mid to upper 70s, it feels a lot chillier than it is. Obviously, these runners like running in the cooler, but as they've picked up a sweat, and when they stop, you've got this cold breeze, that doesn't feel great. But there you see the winning times, and a definitely impressive run by William Aponsa, 29:29. So he wins last year at 29 flat, and if he can come up in altitude and run 29:29 all by himself, a very, very impressive win for West Texas A&M, and they hope that it will help propel them in the team race, as again they are trying to improve on that runner-up finish that they have had for the past 4 years. Still some runners out on the track as we get close to finishing day 1 of our competition.
So congratulations to all of our 10,000 meter runners, 44 here tonight. As soon as we get our top 8, we'll take a breath. We'll do our awards.
So you see at the finish line, still some athletes down on the track getting the very best medical attention. Most athletes will tell you they know if they've given it 100% effort. And those ones that make it across the finish line before they collapse, you know they have done the best that they can. But all the athletes capping off an impressive season. It's not over for everybody. Some of these athletes will advance to national championships if they are international athletes. Some of them will make national teams, the under 18s, under 20s, or even at the highest level of track and field. The World Championships this year, everybody is shooting for the World Championships in Tokyo. You have to think that is a goal for anybody who is in reach of qualifying, whether you are international or a member of the USA Track and Field. Our championships, the USA Track and Field Championships, will be in Eugene on July 31st through August 3rd. So some of these athletes here hoping to qualify for the USA Track and Field Championships, and our international athletes hoping to run in their national championships wherever and whenever they may be. But the World Championships are in Tokyo September 13 through 21. So we know that is the ultimate goal for some of these athletes who do have a chance to make their international teams. NCAA Division II, with a lot of division or a lot of international athletes at this level. Some of these athletes prefer to run here rather than at the Division I level for multiple reasons. But you can see there are finished athletes. They're getting ready to make their championships. It looks like we're doing some random spike checks with our leaders as they've been doing. Also allowing all the results to become official. Everybody's finished, so we are done on the track, and the team camps are getting ready to leave. But you can see our men's 10,000 meters, you know, they've only run 25 laps, so now they're going to do a little cool down run on the field. They're going to run some more laps. But it's all good now. It's nice to see when you can compete for 25 laps, finish the race, and then still run with your competitors on the track as you do your cool down. One of the great things about track and field as a sport is you're competing against the clock, you're competing against the distance. It's pretty black and white when you know whether you have won or not. It's not a sport that can be taken away by an official or anything. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to let these athletes continue to cool down. We'll come back. We'll have And welcome back to CSU Pueblo and the Thunder Bowl. This is the 2025 NCAA Division II National Championships. Day one is in the books, and all we have left here is the presentation of the awards. For our men's 10,000, you can see they have cooled down, patiently waiting for our officials to bring the trophies over and present these final awards. A very impressive race for William Amponsa of West Texas A&M. You can see him sitting very quietly there in the middle. Recovered, doesn't look at all like he just ran 25 laps around this track faster than anybody else. But you see the top 8 finishers there. And they are just about ready to get their awards. Jeremiah Vale from the Colorado School of Mines. He'll take 8th. Way back, hung around and moved up to finish 8th with the help of the chase pack. Juan Rosales of Adams State was 7th. Again, he came from back in the back of the pack to knock off the ones that went out a little too early. Aaron Orr of Adams State, he'll finish 6th. He led that chase pack for quite a large part of the race, so he can take credit for that finish. Avery Janes of Augusta, he was 5th. He was part of that chase pack. Finishing 4th, Antonin St. Pierre of Wingate. He went out with Amponsa. He stayed with him the longest. He ran 2nd by himself for most of the race. He's going to hang on there, and he's going to take 4th place. Logan Bokovich from the Colorado School of Mines. He won the race off, we might say, as he finished 3rd. Dayton Brown. Dayton Brown was the man who ran in the back of that chase pack but took advantage of it and ended up taking silver tonight. But it was all William Amponsa. 29-29-41. He is a back-to-back national champion. Very happy to collect this trophy. So we'll hands off to William Amponsa. 10,000 meters, national champion. There are your 8 medalists.
Go championships here at Pueblo. Drive safely to wherever you're going.
That is going to conclude day one. As we see these athletes, we know they'll sleep well tonight. Most of them will be back on Saturday for a 5,000 meters. We know that we will be back tomorrow for day two of the 2025 NCAA Division II National Championships. Hope to see you there.